who's one of the oldest friends of the program. Katarina is associate professor at Nottingham, has worked with housing and urbanism for many years, has been a friend of the program. We've worked together in Berlin in both study trips and in conferences. Well, recently, Katarina was the key organizer for the AHRA conference here in the UK, and included a lot of the AA's sort of intellectual community, and particularly my colleague Anna Shapiro, in helping to develop that the themes for that. We also have Lucy Stiles and Sam Chermayeff. I'll link you together for the first moment. Lucy and Sam are the leaders of DIP 15, Diploma Unit 15 at the AA, but they each spent a long time with the practice SANA, where Lucy is still Director of European Projects for SANA, as well as having her own practice now based in London. Sam has...
Jorge conectado.
I think we'll have to, good. Thank you, Constanza, for muting. Sam Chermayeff has taught internationally. He's taught in the US as well as at the Dessau Institute. And Sam has his own practice based in Berlin. June 14th, Meyer, Grobruger, and Chermayeff. I think in a way, one of the things that I find very interesting about their work and that I would like to incorporate more into our program is a real focus on the architecture of the object. And it's something that Lucy and I have talked about a lot as being important to bring into our program. So I'm looking forward to Sam and Lucy's insights on that. And for the first time, we have with us Adam Kahn, who is founding partner of his practice, Adam Kahn Architects. And I have to say, Adam has developed a brilliant reputation for restoring an idea of beauty into what is kind of fundamental to the architecture of the city. I think one of the key arguments that the practice seems to make is that an awareness of what makes buildings last and contribute to the city is an awareness also of their aesthetic qualities. And I think for a long time, this was a less emphasized aspect of housing and urbanism. We'd like to see it be more emphasized. So Adam, we really welcome your contributions today. Now, later on, we'll be joined by Keith Bradley, who is a founding partner of Field and Clegg Bradley, and also later at 12 o'clock by Els Verbakel, a good friend of Anna Shapiro's, who is the head of architecture at Bezalel Academy in Jerusalem, and has also studied both in Europe and the US, and is quite internationally engaged, and along with her partner, the founding partner of Derman Verbakel. So later they will join us. Now we're going to start with a pair, Tao Wang and Ayushi Rati. And Tao and Ayushi are going to show us two projects that in a way are similar, and in a way they're the inverse of each other. Both of them have taken a point of view that a rather strong, bold architecture that emphasizes questions of form and composition might help us think about strategies for the transformation of kind of key hub areas within London. We're going to be beginning with Tao, who is taking some ideas from lessons from projects, famous mid-century projects like the Barbican, and asking what might be learned from those that previous emphasis upon strong form and and composition that might be applied to something like a district subcenter notion, if we were to apply that to a place like Finsbury Park in London. And he's then going to be followed by Ayushi Ratti, who will kind of pull this idea back into the heart of the city in the as the King's Cross development expands outward. What might we think about doing with the idea that there's a kind of assortment of differently sized buildings, and they have a kind of irregularity to them as it moves outward? And so we shift from that question of the strongly regular to the delightfully irregular, but where a very large building, a powerful building, may serve a particular purpose. And we'll be looking at these two presentations together and then inviting the jury to comment on the pair of them afterwards. And so to think a little bit about the way in which we might look at that larger question of form, composition, transformation, and the sort of critical development of civic life, which is one of the core ideas of our program. So Tao, if you would like to begin, I believe you're already a co-host and can share your screen.
Great. Just one thing, is there a timing in sense of the two of them together and then the time for comment for panel?
Yeah, so if we enable each of them to spend about 10, 12 minutes, then we can see where we are in keeping within time. Dominic, would you be kind enough to keep time and send us send the students a nudge if they start to get too close to the end?
Yeah, so 10, 12 minutes for the students and then what, half an hour for talk for comment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this thesis starts with formal and compositional investigation. It's not a master plan, not really a project. It's kind of projective reflection and to ask a fundamental question, what it might mean to dwell in the heart of a city. If we were to do something like this, what it might achieve. It follows a kind of path from during the 1960s. We reflect on form and composition on the one hand, and on the other hand, urban dwelling. So when we look at Barbican and Golden Lane, they created such a kind of complex pattern of dwelling in which all sorts of facilities and services are integrated, not only serving the immediate residents, but also a much wider area. So what we can learn from such a richness and put these ideas back to our practice these days. So nowadays, we are seeing more places that has potential to become city centers or sub-district centers in London. Finsbury Park, Eltham Castle, Kentish Town, West Hampstead, trains, subway, major traffic. These places have tremendous transport capacity, and we are asking to how to provide and integrate services into these nodes and make it highly accessible and a great place to live. Especially this post-pandemic period, people are looking for good quality outdoor spaces close to their home. We are seeing an activity-driven trend is happening in Finsbury Park. We take this idea and wanting to add something even more. So quite often we see in London that there are lots of these places where infrastructure meets the topography in an interesting way. Here, at one point from in the park, we have a link to the Parkland Walk, actually, which is used to be a rail line, now transformed into a green path leading up to the Highgate, actually. So suddenly we realized that these green spaces are like puzzles, and together they can be integrated into a kind of landscape of nature and activities. Parkland Walk, Finsbury Park, Clissold Park, Woodbury wetland, and even Arsenal Stadium down south. So when we're looking closer, we see Straw Green Road and Blackstock Road meet in a kind of dog-leg way in front of the Finsbury Park station, and we have the same joint, Seven Sisters Road running through, and notice there's a 20 meters height difference in between the parks, the station and the highest point of the park. And one more thing to say here is, like, notice around this station area, we have tremendous amount of terrace housing and some like a new kind of commercial tower. We'll come back to this point later, but really here we're wanting to ask how to dwell in such a kind of fascinating place. Can we think differently? With that all just said, we started from form. So this is kind of one of the early images that really triggered all the kind of investigation. Directly overlay of Barbican plan on Finsbury Park, the gap in between 7th Road and back to the kind of the railway line across that one, and the kind of Woodstock Road. Surprisingly, it matches kind of well, right? So immediately we started to ask questions about dimension, if I'm correct, 300 meters from that point to that point, and sort of questions about dimensions of collective spaces, gardens, courtyards, orientation and topography, and later type. So all about form and composition. Sorry. With that, or just so when we look at this image of Barbican, for someone who comes for the first time, he or she may not really know where is the predominant ground. Is it the garden, or is it the kind of podium level bringing people coming through? So actually here we got the idea of a thickened ground, and also we have a thickened facade. The balcony actually gives privacy to the flats, especially in this kind of collective environment. So this kind of layered envelope and thickened ground is something we wanting to bring with in our investigation. So here we might have a different diagram. Still, we have podium carrying people running through from kind of the station to the park, Finsbury Park, and from 7th Road to the backside past paralleling the railway line. But this time, the podium is much more open and integrated with like libraries or gyms, and they are in between kind of differentiated gardens, and above we have housing. So one of the garden can be directly open to the park and have entrance lobby along the kind of path leading of a kind of theater or lecture hall on the way to the park. Or we can have a different garden with 4 sides actually closed and be more private, but still from one of the beautiful flat, we can see how gardens actually running over or through the podiums. And we looking across the gardens and we see kind of plants appears on the rooftops. So there are interesting things we can learn from some of the great projects. Nowadays, we can't really have one lift lobby serving 2 flats as in Barbican if we're thinking about efficiency, at least not all of them. We can see from right-hand side, actually, these 3 shapes have the same areas. And so really here, we are kind of playing with shapes and dimensions to see and types to see how we can actually create a more interesting entrance space before we actually going into our own flats. Also, we are quite flexible about different floor plates, not kind of restricted into kind of linear ones as in Barbican. So we can have lift lobbies looking into the park, and we can have door orientations flats 180 degrees and 90 degrees. Where we can't have these flats, we can have lofts. So we look into the flats and sort of inspired by actually how differently sauna and dinner thinking about orientation in relation to depth. Here in one of the kind of the early testing on the idea of the balconies, at the same time, we can be much more open and have privacy, and we have sort of layered spaces into the much more deeper areas in the flats. And here I also kind of borrow ideas from Sophie Delay. There are kind of interesting links in between the kind of these layered spaces. So now we have a building actually captured by differentiated gardens, front and back, and kind of rooftops. And we have lobbies looking into the gardens, and we have different types of flats in terms of orientations, like lofts, 90 degrees. And we have like blocks sitting on the kind of different height of podiums to to allow more sunlight to come into the kind of semi-open spaces. So when we look at this sort of hypothetical project as one piece, it starts to transforming the kind of entire areas from all sides. On the kind of 7 Sister Road, we now have a much more proper frontage. We can have better places for a cafe or restaurants, and we can kind of put pool activities from the park or into the park, and it's sort of captured by the housing. And in the future, we might think about kind of second phase, with bridges bringing school students into the park, and that east point of Parkland Walk actually can link by the podium to the back to the high street, the Sprout Green Road, and back to the kind of the front of the station now cleared up and linking back to Blackstock Road. So here we got kind of existing paths from station along the railway line, actually going over the bridge, over the railway line. And here is kind of one example, this kind of project by DRMM. The developer was looking for kind of tricky places and transforming them into really good quality housing. So now we come back to this map and we see tremendous resources actually in front of Woodbury Down development. But we see what it does to the neighbors. Like I would say really not much, right? Kind of windows, flat windows with curtains and singular shops, that's all done. So, or we can have still have like more terrace housing facing the park. It's really difficult to change these sort of urban fabric. Again, they don't contribute too much to the surroundings. In a sense, they are not helping to build up a sort of associational life. In order to deliver what we proposed just now, we might wanting to think about our mechanism. These days, they don't really allow us to think about big plans by saying big, I'm not saying size. In this case, Finsbury Park is sitting right in the borders of 3 boroughs. They sort of kind of ignored places by all 3. So really this research is trying to put forward a reflection upon how we might live and to ask what sort of effort we want him to make. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much. That was great. Why don't we move directly then on to Ayushi, and then we'll have conversations from our panel afterwards. Ayushi?
Yeah. So framework for the collective. In the recent years, we have seen a shift towards more demand for varying degrees of collectiveness in the city, from co-working to co-living and to mixed-use neighborhoods. And this situation demands for a framework-based approach where this dynamic systems could interact with the stable points. And how can we incorporate these notions of sharing and collectivity as tools to cater to the density and diversity requirements of the city? So the idea is in combining the 2 types of urbanisms, a normal grid and large object, individual object, wherein the mid-rise development would hold the housing fabric, and the second a series of large objects that would hold collective spaces, light industries, and production spaces. So across London, there are many transitional areas that appear in between the city centers and the suburbs. And these transitional areas, they are constrained by the infrastructural severances of rail lines and canals, and they are marked by fragmented, low-valued and underutilized land parcels. And mostly these fragmented sites hold light industries and low quality housing estates. Right in the center of city, we see this juxtaposition of really big elements and industrial sheds with other small things like the terraced housing and housing estates. And like the area of Camden being so close to the city center because of its location and the presence of industries has been asking this question of how to achieve this high end productivity in the area. But like looking at the ongoing projects within Camden, so most of the strategies for transformation of this inner peripheral areas are focused on providing single family houses. And those approaches are based on traditional morphologies and have poor typological thought process. And most of these projects miss out on considering the opportunity of integrating industries with housing, uh, which can generate employment opportunities within the area and allow the industrial fabric to stay in the city centers. Again, like most of us have heard about the Camden Highline project, which was a competition for redesign for like where a disused rail line is being converted to an elevated park. So all the competition entries, like there are really high hopes from the Camden Highline, but what none of the competition entries actually looked at integrating it with the built fabric around. All the approaches saw this lifted lines as just as modes of movement connecting two points, and rather than instead they did not think of it as building multi-layered urbanity. So in order to retain this complex environments within the city center, one could argue that there is a need for a there is a need to deliver a new model of development which has a greater idea on collective to bring together the housing and housing industries and workplaces together. So, what if we think of juxtaposing the synergistic large elements with smaller things that would establish a continuity amongst these developments, and then it would allow these to work as a collective whole. And we could do that by introduction of a large shed within the housing fabric to unlock its potential. So the potential of the big building to establish collective formations within, and the logic of envelope working with the outside environment allows it to be part of an assemblage that extends beyond itself. And so looking at the exemplars of sentence and local library. So in deeper floor plates, these exemplars, they allow to bring together diverse user groups, actions and functions all under one single entity. And they also allow this flexibility for formation and regrouping of various groups within themselves through the circulatory environment. Uh, Further, Camley Street, which is situated right next to Agar Grove and the Camden Highline project, it holds the largest muesli producers and fish industry, and has been under great pressure for intensification. So the ongoing redevelopment of Agar Grove, Camley Street, and Camden High Line presents a missed opportunity where all these three projects have been seen as individual piece of development. So Ombed Garden here, it shows something that is driven by the local people, wherein taking advantage of the available space, they have developed a system where the whole production system of food is experienced under a single place through various exhibitions, workshops, discussions around food. So can we imagine establishing a well-integrated ecosystem of food industry in Camden? The Agar Group development here, along with the food industry of Camley Street and the High Line, would start acting in a synergy to function as to function as a to function for the food industry, bringing in the food industry in center of the city. Juxtaposition of this emerging patterns of living, working, and production is provides a way to create this type of integrated and dense environments. And then, like, imagine walking along the Camden High Line, and then suddenly you're inside a food production environment, wherein the food production would just a foundation to bring in this light industries within the city centers, and it would attract more of creative industries, creating a learning environment. And further on, introduction of an element like this would put the place on the map, and would make it a more livable place, much more interesting place to be at. Further, the case of Central St. Martin's, it also provides a different approach towards the general notion that big elements creates fragments within the city. So, Central St. Martin's, which was formerly a industrial shed, when it was redeveloped, it provides an incredibly dominant inward orientation. At the ground level, it inverts its orientation, and it starts interacting, working towards the outside, and it starts creating different kinds of public realms. Some of them are privately owned, but then those spaces are not really based on the idea of streets. They start following a different language, the language of landscape. So my point is that as successful as Central St. Martin's is, can we go a step further and look for a series of synergies amongst interwoven collectivities? So bringing back the learnings from the peripheries, where the green and blue infrastructure work with the shed structures. So can we think of this big element sitting across the Camden High Line, and start initiating a productive landscape-based organization all around it? Like the bulky steel building of Times Warner is present, sitting on an industrial canal, shows presence of peripheral-like elements within the city centers. Instead of Camden High Line just being an elevated park, can it start working? Can it start establishing perpendicular relationships, and start penetrating within the fabric connected to the region's canal? It is interesting to see how these east-west running lines would start connecting the north-south direction through these landscape armatures. And then further, we can think of the big building as having an envelope that allows to generate meaningful three-dimensional landscape, where the facade and the surfaces start interacting around it, and extend into different kinds of assemblages around it. Like the side facing the canal would establish the building frontage and bring together the public realm that would uh, uh, that would gather the different elements of food ecology, such as the markets, hospitality industries, and demonstration spaces, workshops, and discussions. And then it would connect it to the core food processing and production units within the building. And this large element shapes the pattern of networking within, and integrating and holding the different activities within, but at the same time, at the ground level, it starts inverting out and interacting with the landscape, or a landscape and its surrounding. Further, the general approach when it's about integration of industries with housing is that the housing is being stacked on top of the industrial element, and then it starts compromising the quality of both of the spaces. So the kind of mix that we are looking for would benefit from an organization which separates the separates the housing from the industry, but at the same time juxtaposes them or places them in close proximity so that they start developing these synergies. When talking about a framework-based approach, the understanding of form and composition becomes crucial as it allows for different actors and users to assemble at a later stage. So here, looking at the site as a single landscape-based mega block, where the large element and landscape starts organizing the smaller assemblages. Here, the idea of landscape is separated from that of a street. The landscape is seen as an extended productive ground, which has lots of different types of qualities on the surface. And at the same time, it is juxtaposed with different types of built environments. So it starts creating, like within the clusters, it starts creating sense of place and belonging. Then moving on to the housing cluster here, it explores combination of slabs and L-shaped linear blocks. So with a slightly deeper floor plate than the traditional typologies, it allows for creation of different arrangements and clusters. So the housing clusters here are formed around a courtyard, and then it provides a forward-looking approach to housing. It offers combination of single-family houses, short-term accommodation, and shared living all within a cluster.
Could you do your final remarks now, please, Oishi?
Yeah. And apart from being user-driven, this models provide interesting typological starting points as well. The multiple orientation starts interacting with the courtyards and the landscape armatures on the outside. So the overall strategy here works to requalify this natural and speculative vectors. So like this is an attempt to change the character of existing residential environment by linking it with the context and patterns that are present. So all these fragmented sites could start working as a collectivized whole. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ayushi. Katerina, could I ask you to begin? You're probably most familiar with the history of the program, and I think you might have a good sense of where this has come from and where it might be heading. Perhaps you would take a lead.
I think the first comment I really wanted to make, it's so great to see more work on the plan, to work on the scale of the dwelling and the work on the smaller scale. And I think much more than in previous years, I think. I mean, long term, definitely. I think I remember, 5-8 years ago, I think there was a hesitancy about looking inside buildings completely. And I think it's been really nice to sort of make this link. So thank you both. Really interesting work. It's all one of these issues where there's so many crossovers where I think, okay, can you take this drawing, but for this project and this logic? But of course, that's really productive in that sense. I think I really enjoyed in both projects the way in which there's a real reasoning across scales emerging. So there's a type of morphology that really works at different scales. I'll say more in a bit, maybe in more detail, where I think this could be, given you have 3 more weeks, where I think you maybe could work a bit more. But I thought it was really strong, the idea that you have the idea of urban networks, which are both type of morphological as well as programmatic. I think that's what it suggests very strongly. And I think that the program is driven by the architect, not the other way around. So I think that was quite convincing. So I think the idea about this sort of green network, I'm quite convinced by, and I think could be a really nice case to be made where you talk about a green infrastructure, you talk about different scales of inhabitation, and I think people would buy into that. And I mean, in a positive way. I think it's really convincing about how this could be articulated. I love the idea maybe I'm going to go project by project briefly. I really like the idea from learning from the Barbican. Super interesting. And it made me think, not for you, Tao, but generally it made me think how valuable it is to look at these large scale urban housing projects. I looked at 2 in Berlin last summer, these really, really large, projects from the 70s, 80s, which many people really sort of still dislike. And, there are very strong differences in the way in which these large formal projects articulate their ground realm, the programs. And of course, they don't go away, but we can really learn from them the way in which they're articulated. So in a way, in your case, I'd be really interested, and I'm not sure you have enough time, but I think theoretically, I'd be interested to see what happens if you flex this mat. Yeah, I mean, if you look at this mat of buildings, I really like the idea about the thickened ground and about different characters. Super, totally agree with that. It'd be really interesting to see how big these things could be. Yeah, or what is the capacity? And I think in your case, maybe I'd be interested to see what happens if you take them now to different urban scales and maybe really stop thinking about this as this is your intervention and begin to really flex it to the particularity of the context and maybe a little bit more. Yeah. And not in order to be responsive to context per se, but also just to test its possibilities. That's one thing. The other thing is I really like the idea of layering in the plan. In a funny way, I think you can learn from some of the collaborative projects a little bit more about how these layers can stratify plans in a really efficient way. I mean, you can learn from Corbusier on that in Untitled you made me think of, but also some of the co-housing projects where, because they have to reduce individual living space in order to shared spaces, I think they're very good typological innovations in terms of how you can layer space and what's inside and what's outside. So I think I really would maybe look at some of these projects for you for the internal plan. So I keep talking just the other project and then I'm going to shut up for a moment. Yushi, I don't know, Yushi will pronounce correctly. I loved your urban diagrams. You had 2 hand-drawn urban diagrams, which I thought were fantastic. One of them was the Highline strategy, and the other one was the sort of this linkage of the infrastructure with these pockets and these sheds. I thought they were really, really powerful. I'm really glad to see you had one drawing where you showed this in your own strategy. I think they work to me better than your computer drawn things. I mean, I'm not saying, the reason being that the moment you draw on the computer, you seem to be very distinct in your scales rather than cohesive. That's a typical problem. It's not a big thing, but I think maybe you should consider that maybe you could draw your project the way you draw these 2 diagrammatic urban sketches, which I thought worked really, really well. I really like the idea about the shed and the urban housing. I'm not sure if I really think they need to be quite as separate as you say. I mean, I still think that the housing blocks themselves, in some of your drawings, they become insular again a little bit. So maybe there could be a little bit on ground level. You could open up in relationship to the shed. Again, it's just the way you draw the shed and how it works in section a little bit harder with the housing, what happens maybe in housing the ground level. I mean, that's something. In your case, I would really focus on that scale and just go around the shed and make the shed work a bit harder. For example, in terms of section, how does the section of the shed relate to the highline or whatever the highline is? Yeah. At the same time, when you have the transport infrastructure, is there a way you could integrate a bit more? Anyway, I think I'll leave it at that. There's lots more to be discussed and said, but really enjoyable. And in a funny way, I think for me, I much prefer to have this with them having 3 more weeks to work. You know what I mean? I think it's productive rather than sort of saying the thumbs up and thumbs down. I always sort of find it a bit difficult to sort of, absolute project. I think in a way, I think it's, I find it quite nice that they have a bit more work. So I think we can hopefully be helpful. Anyway, sorry, I pass on.
No, Katrina, that's really lovely start. Thank you very much. And now, perhaps Lucy, could I move on to you if that's if I can impose upon you? You'll need to unmute. So I think, Lucy, you're having trouble hearing me. Am I understanding you correctly? So if so, Sam, would you take the reins?
I can try.
Great.
But Lucy, no, we still can't hear you.
Sorry, it's because I just needed the host to release me. I'm not sure.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
But I don't mind either way, whether it's sound or.
Yeah,
Lucy,
either way.
go ahead if you won't feel like it.
Okay, I can start. So thank you both very much for the presentations. Really interesting. I guess the things that stand out for me as comparative elements is this relationship between the existing and the new in both of your projects. So as was mentioned, this idea of the layering seems to have been something that was tabled at the very beginning and then somehow engineered out during the design process itself. I actually think the frayed edges when the Barbican was overlaid directly on the plan at the very beginning sort of gave an indication that maybe it's possible to think about how you can harness the tension between the buildings that you find either at the very edge of the site or on the site itself in order to sort of really highlight that dialogue. And I think the beauty of it comes from that. Like you have the advantage of working in contexts where there is a rich fabric. And even with the industrial site, I think that sort of maintaining some of those buildings or somehow trying to create a system whereby they feed through one another. And it's those moments of overlap that then become the real heart and the kind of nodes in terms of a network distribution. So I think that there's possibly more to look into there. And therefore also just in terms of the massing, Finsbury Park version, the Finsbury Park project, was wondering maybe if you could tell me a little bit more about how you defined the location on site. So it is within the footprint of the park as it stands. And I don't know whether this is work that you've done, but maybe didn't really talk through today. But I think it would be nice to know how you reached that decision. So for example, why is it not a perimeter block that really gives weight to this green space? Something that's very porous at the ground floor, something that kind of establishes it as, you know, somehow this, how does your, I guess overall the point is, how does your intervention give additional value to the context that you found? And I don't know, maybe if you could tell me a little bit more about that, but maybe I'll just run through first. And the second would really be, the second major point, I guess, would be behavior. So how is it generating a different way of life? I also appreciate that there are lots of plans and you've given it thought, but at the moment I can't really see how, in some cases, that distribution differs from the precedents that you've been looking at. And I think it would be really nice over the next few weeks to just sort of hone in on what it is that you appreciate in the precedents and want to carry through, and what needs to be changed up so that it reflects very contemporary values and aspirations. So maybe even just looking, the first, Tao, sorry, I've forgotten your name. Yeah, Tao, you mentioned efficiency at some point, but how do you redefine efficiency? So it's not necessarily just about the net gross ratio that we're accustomed to considering, but it's more about the flexibility of that use and how that can generate slightly different housing conditions. So where you're looking at the sizes of apartments at the moment and how you might cluster those differently across the site, I think it would be interesting to look maybe at how you could take that further and really come back to the core concept. So if it's about this porosity, if it's about gardens in the other case, how does that get reflected in the layout of the apartments themselves? I think there's a big focus on the ground floor scenarios at the moment, and it would be interesting to see how that concept can carry through to the more sort of private areas above ground, and where the shift in terms of relationships goes from that of the individual in the city to the individual and their neighbor or a smaller cluster. And actually, in Ayush, in your example, I think there's a lot of potential for each of those clusters that you've created to have a very distinct character. And it doesn't maybe require too much change, but just looking back at the sort of geometry and form that you've associated with each, how could you take it maybe to an extreme? So you get different sense of, different gradients of individual v collective life, And how does that then get reflected in the character of the gardens that you create? So if it's like very, very small houses for people who are living alone, maybe that central garden, maybe that's one where it's, you know, maybe more enclosed so that there's a sense of community, and the garden at ground floor or on the roof becomes more of an allotment. So there's an opportunity for people who maybe live alone to engage with the gardens. I think that dialogue between the concept overall and the housing strategy is something that maybe could be developed a little bit further over the coming weeks. And yeah, I guess my closing remark would really be just about this idea of hierarchy and concept, and to really make sure that you maybe stand back from the project and identify what it is that is the principal driver and any secondary values, and then kind of play each of your design gestures against that and see how it can be tweaked to be a better reflection of what it is that you're intending to do, and to just sort of allocate, you know, maybe 3 or 4 scales in which that concept needs to really carry through. So really from like, you know, the threshold to the house to the relationship between neighbors, and then the ground floor in the city, and how you can maybe articulate that a little bit more clearly just in terms of representation and narrative as well. But thank you, it was really interesting to see.
No, those very helpful comments, Lucy. I think spot on. It's great that you've identified them so clearly. I think those are really helpful ideas for both of you. Sam.
Oh, I really should have gone before Lucy, because Lucy took all the good, clear points. I completely agree with that. I mean, I wonder in the context of Lucy's suggestions, and surely you've heard those suggestions before, to think about sort of different kinds of densities in there, right? I mean, which is not dissimilar to that, but when Lucy talks about threshold, it also means like there's certain places where there's lots of little thresholds, and certain places where there's something sort of more grand, like in a kind of, let's say, a different kind of, just talking about entranceways as a kind of point of example, you know, where something is like a big lobby, let's say, for people, and another thing is like tiny little front doors with tiny little yards, and how those things can coexist. I think that can change the ground plane a lot, and can also, because it might be tempting to say like everything's commercial at the ground, or like that you could, but maybe the neighborhood, I think you discovered, like might not support that totally. So you can actually like kind of mediate that by the kind of play of threshold and frontage, and like how much is public and private in relation to the apartments above. You know, if you think about taking like a New York City flat with a doorman in one place with like a kind of awning that has another thing, versus a kind of little suburban entrance in another one, and a sort of, let's say, a Berlin entrance, which is sort of something in between those two things. I think that might really help. And the other thing, which is sort of related to that density question, is like maybe not everybody needs like quite so much light and air. You know, I mean, I understand that you've started with a really beautiful kind of modernist typology, and kind of paid attention over the course of your course how to kind of play that out. But I think you could, despite Lawrence's request not to go too radical, I think you could actually make things like some things brighter and some things darker and some things much kind of more scraggly and narrow. You know, but there's something about the proportion that's like very Western European at the moment of every one of your volumes, that maybe doesn't have to be that way. That there could be something that like might be possibly a tiny bit unpleasant, but lead to some other pleasantry, you know, in trade. So you could make some kind of trade, meaning somebody has an incredibly painfully narrow house, but then as a result, they have a very cool garden, such and such, you know, like there's where you do things that sort of seem difficult because master planning in general is designed such that architects don't fuck it up, right? I mean, that's the basic premise of master planning, is like, let's protect us from architects. But you're also the architect. So in this case, you could, push it a little bit more if you know what I mean about, but particularly the relation between the kind of what's the black white diagram, like the kind of cover, how do you call that, Lawrence? This black and white diagram that we
figure ground diagram.
Thank you. Figure ground, exactly. Like the figure ground relation I think should have much more difference, particularly if you want to do that thing that Aisha, you started to do, where like you're talking about like extending out from the pathway, from the former train line, and like that, those things need to have different characters, right? So if you make difference, you make character, that like something suddenly becomes, oh wow, this feels like this, oh wow, this feels like this, and then that difference makes for a sense of place in a very old-fashioned Jane Jacobs-y kind of way. If you probably know who that is, guys. Maybe I'll leave that there, but that's my take on it, which is to say it's something you can do easily, I think.
Yeah, Sam, it's delightful, and see, there was no penalty, as it turns out, in you following. Those were very, very helpful ideas, and really, I think, quite richly extended some of Lucy's opening remarks. So thanks very much. I think, in a sense, what both are suggesting is that by allowing yourselves to break a little bit from the overall logic and exploring the object with a little bit more openness and care, you can start to reveal some things that will actually change your understanding of the bigger picture. Questions of hierarchy, rhythm, qualities, and in a way will be enriched actually by freeing yourself up at that more detailed level. So I think these are really helpful comments. Adam, could I turn it over to you?
Well, it's a real pleasure to see these projects addressing this kind of scale and this ambition. That's really nice. And to see actually that drilling down into actual plans I think is a really great thing, and really good choices of bits of the city, which are very, very particular, have a very particular character, but are in some ways prototypical of a lot of places in the world. So it's extremely kind of pertinent, I think, and relevant. I guess thinking of the connections between the two, they appear to be different, maybe inverses, but actually they share quite a lot of kind of approaches and which is that actually they do tend to see themselves as isolated interventions and objects in relationship to the rest of the city and the existing and the contingent. And I think that's something that one could critique. And I mean, following really the critiques of the critics, derive some really, really like juicy value from, by a kind of looking at that in sort of greater detail. So I'll just kind of some observations about each of the projects. So Tao, I mean, I think, looking at the Barbican's great, but I think the very first picture you had of the Barbican was very telling. It was this aerial shot that sort of belied the idea that it is this autonomous, formalistic object, and a world in itself. Because I mean, we saw it wrapping around the church, the school. We saw it sort of effectively, negotiating its way around the ruins of kind of pre-war London. And those moments are some of the most delightful moments of the Barbican. And I didn't really see a kind of a sense of that analysis. And I think then when you put it on Finsbury Park, I think it was telling that you basically put it in the park. And rather than trying to see where it could be negotiated. And I think, as Lucy said, how those edges negotiate. It could be the most gritty bits of it. That's doable. I think there's a sense of invoking infrastructure, which is good, but I think the idea of landscape hadn't really been taken on with sufficient ambition. I mean, someone set out those parks as, in terms of figure ground, very large moments of kind of scale disruption, if you like, or large, very generous gifts to the neighborhood. And, you know, one wonders how, where that equivalent kind of boldness and generosity is coming from, you know, right now with our own different agendas. I mean, you point to, you know, the appetites for intensive kind of use of landscape, which are the festivals on Finsbury Park. But, you know, where are we, you know, where is your project providing that? And that could be something that's interrogated, because at the moment, the gardens stay as sort of, they stay as sort of signs, symbols of pleasant green spaces. But we know that the use of landscape in the city is much more intensive than that. It needs to get more intensive. It needs to get ecologically more intensive, socially more intensive in terms of diversity and inclusion. So, you know, where are agendas like wilding coming into this? We're not seeing them. We're seeing, it's a housing and urbanism unit. It can't address everything, but they are invoking this idea of landscape, which I don't think is really energizing the project kind of at the moment. So, I mean, I think it'd be, I think, you know, just running through some of the things I saw on your project tower, I thought the flats, there were some really nice observations about the flats and the kind of broken plans and the layering, the diagonal procession through the flats. And I'm just wondering if that could be applied to the urban form as well, the sense of connected, but spatially defined, spatially recognizable rooms that the ones moves through. Rather than the spaces between the blocks being a result of a set of formal decisions about or you know, daylight decisions about those blocks. So I thought there was a kind of process, a planning process that was nice there that could be explored more. I thought there were some really nice observations, for example, about the depth of facade, and then you had a picture of an ordinary suburban street with its sort of slightly cheesy, chintzy richness. And it reminded me of a lovely essay by Tony Fretton on, you know, the sort of decorum of an ordinary kind of everyday London street and the elevation above the street and the privacy given by a bay window, those things. So I think it's a nice kind of starting point observation about how the depth of a facade works. But I'd like to see, you know, how you think it actually kind of works. And so, and just one other example, throw in the Brandon estate in South London is what a well-known bunch of a set of towel blocks marching their way across a park, very beautiful. But behind that is a process I think was done by Leslie Martin, where, you know, new blocks were stitched into old, and it's a really delightful kind of thing. So working at those edges, stitching in, and as a sort of a powerful source of bringing together. Ayushi, I thought this was a lovely project. I think there's an issue of kind of metaphor here. I mean, I think you made lovely observations that these big significant projects such as Camley Industrial Estate and others have maybe been seen in isolation and not considered as a whole. And maybe, so I don't know. But I think one needs to be clear about what one takes from that. Is it one's saying that actually the thinking needs to be stitched in and connected across? Or is it literally that a building has to straddle the High Line and be one big object? It's always a delightful thing when a huge object lands and straddles something else. It's great fun. But is that a kind of metaphor, or is it actually, you know, for example, I mean, one of the great successes of the Argent development at King's Cross is that from day one, they were asked and encouraged to consider the stitching in of that development to its neighborhood surroundings. So rather than becoming an isolated sort of gated community, effectively, it is actually well connected into its wider area. So perhaps that's what you mean by the kind of the thinking and connectivity of these projects, and that could easily be shown and developed actually, because there is a slightly odd thing about the way that both projects are drawn, in which the surroundings are drawn in a sort of neutral gray, and then your own projects get treated to a bit more kind of detail and pizzazz. Mm-hmm. And that kind of appreciation of difference when working in the city could be really useful, that you can't design everything. I mean, that's the case. But what you choose to design and what you focus on is very telling. So if you only focus on the stuff within a given bubble, it's always going to be slightly looking into itself. Whereas you could choose, and I think that's where the drawings of the High Line were very, very nice. You could choose a very strategic set of kind of connections and interventions that would be perhaps more telling. So for Ayushi, I mean, I thought that, yeah, focusing on that moment that you found delightful of where the High Line bumps in by surprise into this big object, that would be a lovely moment to focus on and really, really, really focus on that. And when I say focus, I guess I mean that attending to some of the, really gritty kind of reality of putting workspace next to housing, next to amenity, the smell, the noise, the taste, the fumes, all the loading van, all that stuff, which doesn't mean you have to do a detailed transport plan. It means, what's the character of that space? What does it feel like when I go there? I mean, it's interesting that at Camley, there are some very unusual examples of stacked workspaces. They're like, you go, there's a double height workspace and there's another one stacked on top of it, where A models used to be. I mean, it's quite unusual and very pertinent to what we're all trying to consider about densification and workspaces. But kind of what does that feel like? That'd be really good to know. So maybe the overall suggestion for me would be to really focus on what does it actually feel like in those spaces. You've done an amazing amount of work and mapped out great territories of intervention, but what does one little bit of it feel like where working life bumps into domestic life, works into picking up the kids from school? What does it look like from an apartment, from a workplace, from that park? And, I think, yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, I think the High Line thing, I mean, there's so much focus on what goes on top of the High Line without recognizing the huge gift that those elevated railways were. They allowed cheap space to exist underneath them because it wasn't desirable. And same with the Westway, frequently invoked, but by unvaluing the space underneath, it actually allowed a greater inclusivity. So it allows skate parks, nightclubs, etc. And so that is where I would see the kind of your ambition to have a kind of what was it, a kind of more vertically layered kind of density in the urbanity. That's a kind of fairly simple, example of that. So yeah, I'm sorry, it's going to waffle on for ages, but I mean, I guess also looking at some of the examples, Ayusha, where very similar things, have been pulled off, like in Hunziker Ariel, and really thinking, what does it feel like? How does it work? What is the hierarchy? Is it really just a sea of space flooding around the buildings, or is there different characters in the different areas? How does the workspace feel? I mean, I still in that place earlier on, it looks like it's lovely, but it would be really interesting to know people how it's actually working and how those spaces work. But great, yeah, thanks. I should probably stop there.
To the contrary, it was anything but waffling on, Adam. Is super helpful.
Larry, that's 35 minutes on commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. I think we can. We've got a few minutes still, just because I knew that there would be a small break between now and when Els joins at noon. So if there are any final comments from any of our panel, please feel free. And if not, then I'll move on to introduce Keith Bradley. But perhaps if there's any final things that any of you would like to say. Katrina, I see you're unmuted in case there is something.
It's just a follow-on comment, also harking back to a tradition. I think there were lots of comments made to focus on a scenario, which I totally agree with, and I think often the interrelationship between different parts, again, both as a graphic issue, but also as a typological and morphological issue, needs to be addressed. But I also remember the program was always quite good at showing catalog of options. Yeah, so yes, I think one can show what a place is, without, how it feels like, whatever, maybe without being super specific. I really always enjoyed the catalog of options where students showed scenarios of how, let's say, if the shed and the thickened ground and then the housing typology section, what are the different scenarios in which this could be played out rather than the solution? I mean,
Agreed.
Let's just remember back from previous, so in a way, maybe it might be worthwhile not to spend too long on the drawings in terms of atmosphere, would be my view. I'd be more interested in showing diagrammatic sectional diagrams, still with communicating place, yes, but rather than spending time on the vendor and this and that and the other, I think I'd be more interested in the sectional and planar performance.
Yeah, I think probably there is something to be said about trying to restore that sense of comparison and evaluation that that should underpin the overall arguments in both of them.
I had a question, Larry.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the comments in the sense of actually the projects were almost too distinct and how they can start to, but both of them really start to explore a kind of more messier integration and a feathered approach. I think that's a really good commentary from a number of people, and I think that's good working forward. I had a question for Ayushi. I mean, it was just, and maybe I missed it, but the boundary of your project was extremely distinct, and wondered what the you sort of tore the heart out of all the residential on the west side of Camley Street, but then didn't, let's say, then look to the opportunity to expand that to the railway and the existing food industries that are actually in the Camley Street estate. And I wondered that whether you were leaving them there because they're part of the ecology of what you're doing, or when then you should draw it in a different way, or whether you just ignored it. And I just think that you don't need to answer me necessarily, but it's something that you should reflect on moving forward.
Lucy, did you have any final comments?
No, I think it's all been covered by the other panelists as well.
Yeah.
I would, really.
Yeah.
I have maybe a question to jurors. And I mean, for some time, I think one of the ambiguity in the project produced in the program has been finding a balance between what is generally known as master planning on the one hand, and on the other, architecture. And in a way, this is reflected in some ways in the comments which Katrina has just made, which perhaps is more inclined towards master planning, and the comments made, for instance, by Adam and to some degree by Lucy, which are in a way asking for something which is more concrete and more on the side of architectural design, or including that. And I wonder whether you might have suggestion about how those two approach might actually be brought together in the schemes that you have seen.
Sorry, you go ahead.
I mean, if I may answer, I mean, first things first, it's a tremendous amount of work to try to do both of those things. So good on you all for even trying, because it's difficult. And my answer, which I think is partly Lucy's answer, at least in our unit, would be to like do what you've done and then explore certain moments to start to define sort of how people are living there, which I think is also to an extent what Adam was saying as well, to sort of, maybe it doesn't have to be resolved in every single scale in every single point, but to kind of have certain zoomed in moments might help kind of bridge between the building and the master plan. That would be my suggestion, simply.
We also do a nice exercise, I think, relatively nice exercise, one of the better exercises in our unit, which is a kind of powers of 10 exercise to really sort of check that the concept is coming through at each of those levels. So that you might start with, I mean, obviously it's a little bit different in yours, but that you really might start with the object, and then obviously the room and the threshold, and then eventually the master plan. And each time you have to shift the form of representation to really sort of express the core concept. And there should be somehow a continuity across those different scales that I think might be a way of wrapping up the whole spectrum quite efficiently in a few pages.
That powers of 10 was something that Dominic used to use regularly, and somehow or another we've let it slip out of the curriculum as an exercise. Maybe we need to bring it back in.
There was a comment from Adam, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with those. I think that's right. And, you know, when I guess what look and feel like, I would be wary of getting out the Photoshop of all the happy people pushing buggies. That's not kind of what I had in mind at all. And I think Catherine's right. You know, a section is utterly critical for a master plan, but then a section, just drill in, use that same drawing and drill in at closer scale. Use the same drawings to investigate how those things work and feel at closer scale. You know, where do I smell the fish and chip shop from? You know, what do I see as I walk past an empty school? So those are things that can be tested in the same drawings. And with Tao, you know, you had that beautiful, you know, very nice layout of the flat. It was very clear. You know, how about a couple of courtyards, you know, developed like that? And maybe one edge of the courtyard happens to be an existing place or railway or factory or street, and just allow yourself to really test those one specific places, because you've set your overall context perfectly well, your overall intentions, and it's a real fun moment actually of the project to then allow those to play out, you know. So yeah, same drawing and scale. Yeah, as following Lucy's, I mean, you know, whether it's actually 10 or that can be a bit of a prison as well, that you're forced into the scale. The Smithson's 550, 500 is very nice. Another useful one, not quite so much, slightly bigger range of scale, but very telling.
Yeah.
Okay. I do find the addendum to transparency still, after all these decades, still a useful tool to talk to my students about drawings. I think there are a couple of sections and plans at different scales which are quite evocative, and of course Corbusier is very good at these sketches which are both tectonic as well as performative, sort of thing. I mean, I'm sure you know them, but I think I keep using them still after all this time to show my students how they could draw diagrammatically. It doesn't address all your concerns, Irene, which I totally agree with, and I think I also agree that in the end of the day, you know, I mean, I think the students I teach spend a whole year, right? They have a project for the whole year. So at some point, they really have to draw the architecture exactly. And I think it's a question of time. Ideally, you would want to have both. I think ideally, you'd like to have the catalog of options, but then also you would like to have the specificity, you know, of drawing everything. But another reference, and again, that might be sort of too specific, is Dennis Laston's drawings. They were all drawn by hand across different scales, and they were not thousands of drawings. I mean, maybe they exist, but effectively he had urban drawings at 1 to 5,000, and then the next one was 1 to 1,000, 1 to 500, and then almost 1 to 50, and that's it, and just a couple of plans and sections and nothing more. And because he didn't change the way of drawing, everything was there. Yeah, so the architectural sections and elevations were urban, yeah, and in a way they were quite reduced and quite abstract. He didn't show much, but he did show trees. He did show a couple of people, but very, very abstract, just to give an evocation. I don't know. I think there's not enough time to draw like Dennis Laston in the next 3 weeks. Yeah, but I think it's more like, you know, the focus on the hierarchy. I agree with it's complex.
Thank you. Well, allow me to introduce the fifth member of our panel who's joined us now, Keith Bradley. Keith, welcome. We're delighted to have you here. What I would like, I did introduce you as the founding partner of Field and Clegg Bradley earlier, but also to say that what I didn't mention before is that Keith is, this will be the second year in which Keith has joined us. So there's a bit of continuity that, that we enjoy by having Keith back again for a second year. So thank you very much for being here. What I would suggest is if any of you need to take a comfort break for 5 minutes, we can take a 5-minute break now, and then we will move on to Joy and you, who will be our next presenters. But if we take 5 minutes break, and we can sort of relax and discuss amongst ourselves if any of you wish, or run off to another room if you need.
Okay, thanks.
if I can turn it over to Yu Guo to speak next, and she'll be followed by Joy Wu. Yu is working in the Stratford area with the complex that's being pushed forward by UCL primarily, and then will return again into the heart of the expansion of the King's Cross area when we turn to Joy's work. Yu, thanks very much.
As the introduction with Laurie, the dissertation is taking a look at the area of Stratford as an emerging educational environment. With the development of the knowledge economy, let's imagine an upgraded version of knowledge neighborhood where researchers, talent, young generations, and their parents are integrated together. That allows, for example, the researchers held an informal meeting while looking at children's playing, or allow residents easily to encounter a painting class in gallery that is delivered by talent who are working here. On an urban scale, this could initiate a reorganization. When we look at Stratford, it is a little bit like a soup where all sorts of big and small things are floating. There is an interesting moment where the continuity of the fabric is interrupted with the large void. Within that, they suddenly start seeing the appearance of large elements. They are attracting other things around them, and it becomes new logic that doesn't look like something on the right or on the left. They became, I allow myself to refer them as anchor. That might not be, the best terminology. While in my sense, they start to pull things around in some interesting manners. Also, when we're looking at some things popping up, they seem to from the idea of the space defining. They seem insisting the definition of the perimeter, probably related to the street and the block. But the particular role and value are still not clear at the moment. Especially the vast territory used by the existing terrace housing with private gardens closed to further development. They look like this in current moment. Nevertheless, they seem to suggest us using the anchor to those primary elements and build around them. Now, we can start to think about how this area can gain the coherence and the consistency, and what the relationship might be in terms of an architecture would allow us to connect housing into this kind of educational environment about research, exhibition, facilities. Increasingly, we start to realize this is a kind of crossover between where we live. What if we keep the block dimensions, but invert the logic to make the courtyard and street become more open and collectivized? You can kind of see in my proposal, there is something integrating in the system of block and courtyard and streets upon the continuity. There is also a variation on the quality space. We can consist this with an attitude of the framework of the position of pavilions. It is very close to the definition of the perimeter block, but it's actually a combination with pavilion. It achieves the talent of the enclosure and constitutes solid learning environment, but also insists the permeability and openness block. As we know, today UCL has invested in its new satellite campus in Stratford with ambition to expanding its innovation environment and also hoping to drive the transformation of East London. Looking at the adjacent development to this knowledge environment, most residential fabric haven't changed. In other words, current knowledge environment haven't seemed to affect the way in which we think about housing. Also today, if we're looking at some advanced models have been conceived by co-locating housing and institutional environment. One project are already on site, put the housing on the top of the educational podium. This is a typical way for us to thinking about the physical proximity. Another interesting version is to change the housing next to the learning facilities, and the continuity and differentiation are established as this case, where we can see some interesting openness of the elements along this river. It helps us to think about the new version of sharing. If there has an agreement of services outreach and contribution to the community, now let's look at the Carpenter Estate as a research area. It's different from the waterfront. What we begin to think about is the larger fabric with multiple directions. So what begins to define an effective environment that really makes spaces start to have some rules here. First of all, the courtyard is not closed but open to the access to allow it integrated with the landscape and also promote the interest from the passers-by. With the exploration of the standard urban block like this, the dimension allow it work as two halves for the residential education and education, instead of a monofunctional courtyard. The pavilions as an intermediate part began to negotiate with these two environments. It's also trying to give a public face from one building elevation to another to suggest the exchange of knowledge that would take place within it. And the relationship of the block separation and particulation enables tight social network to build between different actors and owners. However, lining up these pavilions is not random. You can see here it keeps staying at the boundary of the movement and also stays related to defined functions and the relationship its surrounding residential. And also the permeated decision to the cluster is related to the introduction of some math services into the residential buildings, like reading environment, cafe space, and so on. These implanted flag spaces form serious urban interface. The permutation of the learning landscape and shared services in the ground and the first floor for the residential buildings are orientated to the community in order to, now if we think about the better value proposition of this area, what is the word about housing that could allow us to lend value to this kind of university clusters? Here, we are going to 3 different typological starting points to resemble the morphology. I will show the starting point that could be significant diversify. They are all designed for sharing, but different version for sharing. The first of all, for those who living there in a short term, like the key workers or the students, this model, really like the dormitory, start to move some basic living facilities outside their dwellings, such as kitchen, laundry, while providing more communal spaces on the floor plate where single and families have opportunity to communicate and work together. The second one is mainly for family livings for those who would like to live here more permanently. The similarity is that they're still interested in meeting people, like raising their children with other parents have the similar interests. So it has the entire living facilities and amenities in the building. Also provide shared social space and playing area parallel to the corridor. And the third one is for the workers, researchers who may pay equal attention to living and working. Here, the workspace and living are paralleled at the same building and focus on providing small room for basic living with the larger and longer shared working space. These 3 models emphasize a collective environment on each floor that is related to the circulatory environment. And it's also in the way what it seems to be deepen the floor, but open up the light to extend the plan. When it comes to the plan of pavilions, its advantage is not pretty strengthened by the line drawn around the outside. There has certain kind of capacity for the envelope to negotiate and accommodate between requirements inside and outside. So here we could expect the pavilions has continuous reaching out and much interface with the road. Although it is striving to improve service and to the access and the movement towards, they still need to be insist on some privileged environment. I mean, sense of enclosure containment. So the section is striving to explore like the 40% to 50% privacy interior. And we could also could organize, the variety of the settings as this plan showing associated with education, learning, leisure time from sports, art, and making, also from the large learning groups to quite tiny small groups, although within this kind of relatively small and compact object. Here, we could see the potential of creating a system of exploration and outreach further. Let's make it possible to enable learning landscape as a continuous system in even larger blocks to provide diverse services. So overall, the language by this model is building a just line projection of the site. It is different from the delicated and street stems of perimeter, or it is different from the street stems of the organology courtyard. This combination will not radically change the existing morphology, as it sticks to relative simple forms and simple dimension of the urban block. So where gives us the opportunity to think about certain kinds of crossover between different actors and different owners, even within the smallest urban unit. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Yu. We'll move directly on to Joy Wu's presentation and then have discussion after the two.
Okay. Can you see the screen, the slides now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the central city living environment is highly related to the growth of service-based economy. And education could be seen as one of the service provisions. So we should pursue opportunities for continuing lifelong learning everywhere, not just around schools or universities. So the concept of social learning is to integrate knowledge production and learning activities into our everyday life. And we need to think differently how learning occurs around us. And we need to focus on the practice of doing things together. In this case, the domain of adults and children are merging together. And we could learn through making and constructing by ourselves, or seeing other people's doing as a guided learning. Or especially during this pandemic time, homeschooling becomes more important. And in this case, the realm of learning is not only belonging to the schools, but coming closer to our everyday life. And King's Cross can be seen as one of the most successful knowledge environments in London, and the large educational institution as the central element dominates the transformation of the whole urban area. And the service and retail environments along the canal create a public realm associated with the Greater London. It has been remarkably successful because of the emphasis upon the public realm. But as we move away from the central area, we can see the cost become more apparent because of there is an absence of the civic life. So alternatively, if we start to look at how these spaces can work as more articulated and hierarchical civic environment, we can begin to looking for emerging actors and stakeholders to establish a greater co-location and shared responsibility for the civic environments. I would like to counterpose my civic life to what we in the normal sense call public will. And when we look at the mobility and morphology reading of this urban area, we could notice that the area around Camley Street is also segregated by the Regent Canal and the railway infrastructure as a triangular geometry. As a consequence, it seems to be less extension or continuity of the block structure. One might argue if we disobey the preoccupation of the community of street-based system, but take the advantage of this difference to create a new urban continuity by using the clustering organization. And interestingly, there are some large industrial sheds still remaining activated in the city center. However, we hardly to see the integration between these large industrial sheds and their immediate neighborhood. So let's imagine these deep plan buildings as the dominant type can work as the mediator between these industrial sheds and the fragmented residential fabric. If we remain relatively low, mid-rise and compact organization, I want to show you how these buildings not only contribute to the environment within the cluster, but also generate synergy and integration across the wider urban area in a different way of manipulation on their envelope and interiors. So then if we look at some taller deep plan buildings, the vertical circulatory space is no longer only for movements, but start to accommodate different programs and activities. They start to shift away from central atrium to multiple and dispersed voids that are working on the basis of outward orientation. And an alternative way to manipulate this deep plan building is through relatively low-rise structure with the concept of landscaped spatiality. Working with the dual orientation, it achieves the continuity from the external space to the interior of the building. So if we take this deep floor plan as the typological starting point to accommodate both living, working, and learning environment, the morphology is not identified as one building genre, but looks similar and interchangeable, but they actually can offer different programmatic possibilities in a way to achieve consistency and variation. And within the notion of the ambiguity between the interior and exterior, the diagram shows the degree of openness to generate a permeable ground within and beyond the cluster. And due to the height difference between the canal side and the street side, multi-layered ground might be the way forward to achieve the integration of the cluster as a whole. Therefore, the ground acts as a highly performant landscape with different patterns of activities, which is independent to our preoccupation of street life. Then in terms of the question of housing, we have seen some new housing development in King's Cross. We appreciate the generosity of public realm it offers. However, the emphasis on outdoor might be changing into interior today. So if we ask for a different quality of neighborhood life associated with learning environment, we begin to see the emergence of new types of housing with outward orientation and deep floor plate as the starting point. We may ask the way in which we resolve the challenging of juxtaposing the large and the small. In this case, 3 individual blocks start to build associational life with the presence of the existing primary school. And they are around like a central communal space for family living and with their children. And the apartments can be arranged depending on our own interpretations, showing the different ways of life. And the circulatory space is deepened in size, so they can start to become valuable as collective domain beyond our personal life, offers the opportunities for learning together and doing things together. And there is an ambiguity between the living and working space now. Could we look at this genre of workspace and convert them back to the idea of housing? In virtue of their deep dimension, we could manipulate new versions of sections in our living environment. Instead of repetition of stacked floor plates, alternative way is to deepen the communal space inside the building to achieve the idea of living together. If we were imagining to live here, we ought to look for environments with new settings for smaller group activities, which could facilitate learning together. and then move to the educational institution. It starts to embrace the civic life into the building itself. With the concept of the landscape spatiality, it starts to look for new potentials to be more articulated on its interior with the characteristic of how light and orientation matter to the whole series of relationships. And this industrial building can work well with the residential block by virtue of their dimension size. Therefore, they are no longer containers standing alone, but being a part of the urban landscape. And zooming out to the plan of the whole cluster, the key point of the integration of the neighborhood is through the notion of interface, instead of a formal organization of its built structure. In this case, the overlapping and layered relationship enables to establish differentiation interface between each element, simulating the crossover between different user groups and generate different patterns of activities. So what we need to consider is to extend the learning environment beyond the boundary of the school into our residential life. And by distributing the educational service on the ground level, it could achieve an extensive civic realm and the continuity of the learning landscape through the residential building interior as well. So coming to the one of the most important interface, the canal edge, by changing the orientation of the building blocks to reject the linear tendency of the canal edge, it maximum the view to the canal and also create a sequence of open space, which could be regarded as the extension of the life of the building. Then we may ask the question about the way in which we built along the canal edge. As we know, canal is very immediate when we stand next to it, but actually they are quite extensive. And so therefore we might rethink the role of canal rather than offering public realm and additional mobility system, but with a changing character. So we might ask if this kind of learning environment, could we consider it as part of an extensive development of interlinking possibilities for the wider urban area by virtue of their proximity to the canal. We might consider the canal as an extensive and second armature linking business, educational institutions into a network of learning landscape. So in this case, instead of retaining wall along the canal, the building themselves create a meaningful layer between the canal level and the street level with the huge amount of service provision associated with learning opportunities aims to encourage civic participation. So what if the role of canal edge is no longer just for providing public space, but belonging to the life of the institutional buildings? In this case, the canal edge is belonging to the people who are living here, working here, and learning here as part of the working environment, instead of being managed as collective cost as public domain. The reason why I'm suggesting this because we need to think differently of the opportunities that we provide for people, either for housing estate or the residential environments, already with the accessibility to effective civic life. So there is an attitude to shift our thought away from the emphasis on street life or public realm, but more about create shared responsibility of civic landscapes. Yeah, thank you.
You and Joy, thank you both very much. It's great also that you've kept within time. It's super. Well, perhaps changing the order from previously. Maybe we'll ask Sam. Sam, if you were there last time, you were complaining that you had to follow Lucy. So maybe we'll let you lead. But just before you jump in. Oh, and you have an additional participant with you, I see.
I do.
Yeah, but I would also like to introduce one additional juror besides Sam's, let's say, co-commenter here. We also have with us now Els Verbakel, whom I've introduced to you all before. So welcome, Els. Els is joining us from Israel, where she is the head of the architecture department at Bezalel School of Architecture. So Sam, go ahead. Tell us your thoughts if you can.
Sure. I'm really impressed. I think that in the premise of combining those two programs, the idea that people live together in education, I think is a fantastic premise. And I really kind of, obviously the comments to your colleagues earlier in terms of like how the master plan works are relevant, but maybe to start a different direction, Ella, to start in a different direction, I think that it's worth kind of rethinking what education might be also, right? I mean, I think that you've drawn a lot of kind of classrooms and little gathering spaces, and yet here we are on Zoom. How people interact now, what education, what research is now, I think there's a real opportunity to sort of rethink those spaces, because I think that your buildings, lovely as they may be, and I really like the kind of section that gets to MVRDV and this kind of overlapping of spaces where classrooms look onto courtyards that look onto each other. I think that that's very beautiful, but I wonder if education isn't something more like interpersonal, more like in the way that we think of, more like a startup, right? I mean, I hate to kind of invoke the startup or Google or Facebook, the physical spaces of those places, because I don't really love them as institutions, but what they're doing in terms of spaces is allowing for kind of private work and this kind of interconnectedness, right? I mean, that's like the kind of future of offices, according to the last 10 years, where it's sort of like a ping pong table next to your desk that leads to a coffee shop that leads to something else. Like that's apparently how people are starting to learn, right? And to kind of come back to the AA, which centers actually on a bar, right? I know none of us have been there for ages, but it is essentially it is a school centered on a bar, right? And the lecture hall isn't really a lecture hall. It's just a sort of leftover space that practically hardly works. And what, half the interactions at the AA are at the bar. Like another kind of third is at this sort of smoking spot above the bar. Another kind of 10% is in the staircase between the two, and so forth, right? And sort of just standing around outside. And I think you might, it doesn't necessarily change your design that much, but sort of rethink your own view on the circulation and how the housing and how how accidents happen inside there, right? Which I think is again a kind of zoom into a kind of detail, but a zoom in and maybe a change in the kind of how people bump into each other in your projects, right? And that's inside and outside, right? And how you have sort of small entranceways, or how maybe a housing doorway passes through a place where people are sitting and working. Like another model is I don't know if you guys have ever talked about the Ace Hotel, for example, which is a place, it's a hotel with very small, rather unpleasant rooms, but a very, very well curated ground floor lobby, which is half working space, half eating space, third half shopping, fourth half, dating, bar, and the way that all comes together, I think, is how people actually will come together in the future. And I think your sections can do it. You just want to maybe articulate that into that spontaneity a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll leave it with that starting idea for both of you.
Yeah, no, I think in a way, if anything, it's in a sense the interrogation of that educational function that should now start to happen more effectively through the drawings, and showing that I think, as you discussed previously, those different moments, we might say. Keith, I wonder if I could invite you to comment. You now, of course, have probably more interest in this Camley Street environment than many others as a result of the recent competition. So maybe you have some thoughts that you might take from that and extend on to Stratford with the Youth Project as well. By the way, Tom Parks, you may need to enable Keith to unmute. There we go. So Keith, you're unmuted now. Yep.
Yeah. Well, hi everyone, and thank you, Joy, for those presentations. And Lawrence, thanks for the reference to the work in Camley Street. And I do know the area well, particularly with working on King's Cross as well, and also the Stratford sites. Camley Street was a nice opportunity to win a competition, but we've lost more competitions, I think, on the Stratford Olympic site than I can bear to think of, including that whole UCL campus on the south end where Hughes scheme was adjacent to. I think for me, having been involved particularly in the education and world, as well as the housing world in the UK for the last decade. I mean, the thoughts of these two propositions are sort of, are beginning to get sort of well rehearsed in terms of the sort of the fluidity that is being encouraged between our general lives and sort of formal education. And Sam, I mean, you're quite right to say that actually it's about what is education, and there's big existential questions in here, and how education at all levels, from some primary right through to further higher and tertiary education, how that all integrates with our lives. And what's really fascinating, I think, about these two schemes is looking at it at a much bigger scale, than normally one's allowed to look at it in terms of actually sort of it's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 city blocks sort of worth of scale. So you begin to be able to extend some of those thoughts that are coming through into a bigger network. And obviously into very particular places as well that currently exist, the Camley Street, King's Cross site and the Stratford site. But also it's actually worth, I think, you and Joy just sort of reflecting really on the sequence of how we've got to where we've got to in terms of this fluidity of education and living. And looking at both of these schemes, one begins to almost reflect back to some of the older models of education around courts and quads, what is now seen to be rather exclusive sort of educational establishments, particularly of Oxford and Cambridge, but also other institutions, whether it's in Imperial or UCL central campuses in London, or things like the Inns of Court, off the Embankment. And the way that actually the block and the quad and the court actually are either enclosed or opened up, and also how incidental the movement is between those spaces, and the overlap between what is often very exclusive environments and actually very public. And I think just looking at the sort of evolution of the city and education, and reflecting on that and how these new models, because I think there is a sort of a critique of the new model, which is almost like anything can happen anywhere, and that sort of liberty is sort of rather, it's sort of freeing and is leading to new typologies. But at the same time, there is, with that lack of definition, intended lack of definition, there is also a sense of almost sort of nopelessness. You actually get a sense of, I can do anything anywhere, but where should I, and what should I, and I think there is a delicate balance between these sort of extremes and more formalist relationships of education, living, and civic urban realm, and the more libertarian opening up of that and democratizing that, and with our the technology that we now have to be able to do anything anywhere, meet anybody from all over the world, whether we're sitting on a park bench or whether we're sort of sitting in our room or in our lecture theatre. So I think it's a real issue for us as architects and master planners to think about what does space mean, and what sort of hierarchy and structure should space have, and what definition there should be between these various places, and particularly the definition between the social world and our living world, and again, it all blends in, it becomes sort of one thing, and we're all experiencing that at the moment, aren't we? In an extraordinary way, where there's a sort of a freedom in that, but there's also a sort of a blandness that comes through it. And so I think my critique on these projects would really be to look at not just freeing everything up and loosening everything up, but also maybe tightening things down, and also not necessarily making everything general and open, but also making some particularness to things. So the idea of a room that has a quality, or an external space that has a characteristic, and a real sense also of privateness, as well as communality and togetherness, we aren't all extroverts. There are characteristics within all of us, but I mean, there is a sense now in and having worked in, as I say, higher education particularly, there is a sense coming back from students that it is great to have all this sort of social learning space and all this openness and forums and hubs and all those things, but actually, wouldn't it be great to just have an old-fashioned library where you could just go and find a quiet corner somewhere and do some study? Yeah. And wouldn't it be and so I think there is, as I say, I think it would be really interesting to sort of track these two projects into what this sort of evolving nature of education and living is. And the other thing that sort of struck me is that I think there were advances in that thinking in terms of how education integrates with the environment. I didn't see so much innovation in thinking about how the housing does. Okay, you can have housing over the top of education. You can have shared spaces and things in housing, but I think there is a real sense now of really thinking quite deeply about the meaning of home, either as a semi-permanent or a transitory place, or as a more permanent place, and again that sense of the more private side of how things operate, and also again homes have been sort of democratized into sort of often more open plan spaces, and now we can see particularly in these times the sense of making sort of more importance of rooms and of places to get away from. Families do need places for themselves as individuals, as well as actually collectively come together. So I think there was a little bit more, I would say, and sort of in the innovation of actually really thinking more deeply about home, about dwelling, about and also and the relationship to what you also see beyond, and outside, and from the window. There was I didn't get that much of a sense of how either the educational spaces or the home spaces related to outside and the use of outside space, and again sort of characterizing those and giving people a sense of view and connection. And again, probably more hierarchy needs to come into that as well. So I'm looking for a little bit more of a backtracking a little on terms of actually creating some more structure into these more libertarian sort of organizations. But I thought they were really interesting, and I thought the communication through the drawings was very, very good, and some really interesting sort of observations about the uses and the spaces that this the agenda thing. And also, sorry, lastly, it isn't obviously all about education and living. I think that I would have liked to have seen a little bit more to do with the life of the city, because that's what we're really now talking about, actually integrating it fully, is the other dimensions of our cities coming into what we now call mixed use blocks. I think the whole investigation into what mixed use means and how those uses relate to each other, and thinking about individual functions of each of the spaces rather than generically in terms of education, living, cafes, restaurants, all those things which are given sort of little labels. I think thinking about exactly what those are. So yeah, I'm now I'm waffling on. So yeah, really interesting. So thank you very much, you and Joy, for those presentations.
Thank you, Keith. That's great. Adam, would you like to follow on?
Yeah, I'll happily follow on. I think they were really great observations, those, Keith, and you said in a way better way some of the things I wanted to try and spit out. I mean, I guess for me, I mean, just taking the two projects, I think it's such an interesting time to obviously to be thinking about the city and education and democracy and home. I mean, what an amazing time is to be thinking that we have an incredible opportunity and have a lot to give, actually, in terms of our contribution. So this is very well placed, this learning. I mean, in terms of your project learning landscape, it's very interesting. I mean, I think I'll confine my observations to a kind of social dimension and a kind of landscape dimension. And the first is that the Carpenter's Estate, as you probably know, is a highly kind of contested zone where people still live. And there's been a lot of debate about whether one should pull it down or whether one should repair it in some way. And obviously that's a huge debate that goes beyond education or the Carpenter's Estate into the retro first and the kind of embodied energy and all that stuff. So, it was odd to find the scheme taken as a tabula rasa scheme of knocking it all down and starting again without mention of particularly, and I don't say that just to sort of guilt trip you or to sort of bang you over the head with sort of social niceties. It's that, the issue of democratizing education, has a profound history. And so, maybe a university that worked with people who were already there, incumbent on the site, and worked around them and enabled them could be an amazing, opportunity. There are some fairly heroic structures on the site, 3, greater than 20-story towers that most of them are sort of semi-redundant, and they could be very exciting places to work with. Anyway, that's that. I mean, I just mentioned that because obviously you've taken a different tack, and that's fine. But then I think it's like you're taking what I found interesting was that you went for the kind of low-rise pavilions, and I didn't. There's lots to support that, but I didn't really see many arguments made for it or explorations of the joys that would come from that. So, and this is again wider than just this site or education. The idea of density, which we all know we want to achieve in a city, density of accommodation, but density of vitality, if you like, density of use, how that is facilitated not. There's not only one model, it's not only high-rise models for that, how you can get low-rise density. And there's been a lot of work, whether it's Team 4, Matt Buildings, or more recent work, Peter Barber and KCA doing work on that, on kind of low-rise density. So what that means to the kind of granularity of life on the ground, how, you know, sun, daylight, wind, planting actually, you know, or a kind of proximity or an intimacy in being in the Casbah rather than in a kind of, you know, typical urban environment. So I think the potentials that you've set up of these low-rise pavilions haven't really been explored. And I think, but I think it could be. And I think it would be worth just kind of tracking back to the history of campuses and educations. I mean, a really overview, but I mean, if you think of Oxford, I think that was mentioned already as a set of quadrangles, maybe it's about order, maybe it's kind of fairly manicured. And then you go to kind of, let's jump forward to the 18th century and kind of landscape-based campuses. And if you think of the kind of importance of the American campus and importance of landscape in the American campus, whether it's by filmic images that we're all used to of campus life, or the idealism of that, the idyllic kind of qualities of that, those have been lost because we've built over everything. But they're clearly an important kind of part. And I didn't see, even from a sort of cheesy angle of what's the offer to the student, I didn't see how this low-rise, low-density landscape approach to a campus was really bringing any of those kind of joys and delight about, you know, where do I go out to, you know, when I'm sick of Zoom, where do I go out to get landscape? So that sense of landscape, that sense of the campus as a landscape is profoundly important, and how it meets the edge, you know, its assets, whether it's the canal or the neighboring surrounding as an asset, rather than being this kind of world in itself. And I think, and that's much that applies to Joy, to your project, which I thought was the strongest part of the project. I thought was the section and the sort of the richly developed sections and the kind of landscape sections, the multi-layered ground. I thought it was a bit of a pity that the housing had been treated entirely separate to the more civic facilities. So the housing had a fairly mute exterior, and the interest was in the atrium and the step section in the atrium. And then we jump to an entirely different condition of a kind of falling landscape with civic buildings set amongst it, overlooking the canal. And both, you know, but actually bringing those together could be quite rich and quite. So how can the housing itself be stepped in and among and of the landscape and be a landscape? How can the housing itself intertwine with the more civic uses, which I think is your ambition, certainly, in saying that the canal side is not just public realm, but it's amenity for the housing. So a richer step section. And it reminds me of the virtuosity, actually, of Central Park. So of Olmsted, who's, you know, a landscape designer, but the density and you know, richness of layering of function within Central Park is kind of a real beautiful thing to behold. And I'm just wondering how much of that you could sort of try and, well, look at and get into your section where, you know, housing, play, infrastructure, delivery, the library, you know, and the canal really sort of come together in this ground plane. And maybe that's where you focus rather than necessarily concentrating on the rest of the housing. Yeah, and then so, you know, and that may help, because there are some really critical issues of privacy and safety for, you know, residential amenity that, you know, one understands your desire that it should be more than just public realm. But, you know, how does one get that kind of privacy, security, intimacy, enclosure? And I think, harking back to Keith's point, I think enclosure and definition are really important and joyful. I mean, I just come to for example, close to the AA school, there's Coram Fields, which is simply a playground for young people, but it's got this beautiful threshold around the edge of it. So, you know, really appreciate your desire to sort of break open the blandness of simple universal access public realm, but I think it needs that kind of level of nuance and interrogation into actually how one would enjoy living there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Adam. Katrina, I see you've unmuted.
Yeah, I don't think I want to add too much because I think your ears must be ringing already. I thought it was really interesting to think about the question about everywhere is the same, which was brought up by Keith earlier. And I think I don't have a solution to that, and I'm not sure how to think about that. So effectively that every learning landscape, every social learning space, every museum, every workspace, it becomes all the same. I think that's a really interesting issue. Nonetheless, I think two things. Both projects, I think, were more specific in the drawings than the previous two, which I thought was really good. Yeah. Other things missing, I agree, but I think it was good to have moments like the section, or I quite like the plan, Joyce plan of housing where there was the social connectivity, because it allows us to speak about very specific things. And I thought that was really quite positive. Nonetheless, I did think in both projects, there's still the tendency, and I think Adam mentioned it a little bit, not to try out crossing over and bringing things together. Yeah. So, for example, I think Adam mentioned already that the housing was treated differently than the education buildings, but I think there's also, I felt that you in your project, I did not quite understand why the different housing types and tenures need to be quite so categorical, that the families live here and then whatever researchers live there. I mean, I think in terms of long-term resilience about how we want to live, I think education, live, work, these things, I would find it more interesting to think about a structure which is flexible long-term and adapts. And I think there are enough, either historical examples or co-housing projects where the plan is just flexible and you rearrange it. So it doesn't matter if you're a family or then you turn back into a research. And I think many of us are the same. Yeah. So I think there's still a tendency of having the pavilions and then the housing for different families, rather than thinking, well, if the pavilions are pavilions, why are they not follies? And then maybe the aspect of the learning and landscape can be cut across the housing topologies, say, yeah. Or coming back to Joy's project, I really like the section, but again, it'd be really interesting to think, well, why can we not really integrate housing into these institutional deep buildings? I think one of the problems we have here in provincial cities across the UK is that a lot of money is spent on student housing, which is really low quality, and it's prevalent. The amount of student housing being built, bad student housing, is horrendous. But to harness that potential, that finance, that, and integrated with educational buildings themselves might be really interesting to have a look at in terms of stakeholder networks and in terms of facilitating capital gain for other things to happen. I'm not saying you should isolate the students, but I think that could be part of really rethinking about how different programs could evolve in the learning landscape. And then maybe clustering still happens. Maybe it's the networks themselves which then allow the specificity. But I still think there needs to be drawn. So I think, I totally agree with Keith and not. So I think the two projects, could be more radical and bring things together. At the same time, they need to be drawn more specifically in order to articulate how it could evolve. Yeah. But still very interesting. So
yeah. Els, could I invite you to join in with us, and then we'll give Lucy the chance to conclude this time.
Yeah, sure. So hi everyone, and good to see you, Lawrence and Anna.
Yeah, wonderful to see
virtually. You. Thank you for inviting me. I am not so familiar, I have to admit, with the site, so it's a little bit difficult to jump in because I think it's very important in these projects to really understand the challenges of the context in which you're working, Joy and you. I don't know if everyone is working on the same site.
No, they're not. Everybody, they're all chose different places.
Okay. And so that was also a bit missing in your presentation to me, the part of the mapping of the site and understanding the challenges of the context would have been helpful to not only to me for understanding, in order to understand the site, but also for yourselves. I think you could develop a little bit more the urban analysis that informs the way you decide then to develop the spaces that you would like to see there. And I don't want to add too much because a lot has been said already, and I agree with the comments, but I had a few thoughts. One is, of course, the very weird period that we're living in right now, and to what extent should that lead to really different forms of spaces and architectures and landscapes. And I believe it should, at least in academia. Then we can go back to practice and be a little bit maybe less, I don't know, utopian. But in your case, I think you can think really far and take it as an experiment to consider how different urban and architectural spaces will look like in the very near future, when we know that everything is sort of redefined in the scale in which it operates, because we become in Israel they call it capsules. In Belgium, Belgium. So I'm following a lot what's happening in Belgium with Corona as well. They call it bubbles, but we are basically becoming these micro units of everything, of all the programs that we're used to. So we have, micro units of housing, we have micro units of schools, our kids go to school in little bubbles, we go to the store in little bubbles, everything becomes much more micro scaled. And not only the micro scale, but also what I see is that a lot of these programs become very catered to different users, much more than in the past. So you see, again, in educational systems, how schools are sort of fragmenting themselves and creating, already adjusting themselves to the new capsule system, where classes are that used to be, let's say, 24 kids in one class are now 10 kids in one class. And so they can cater the educational program to these 10 kids much more than they used to in the normal system. So you get sort of a breaking up and a much more pluralistic system that could be to our advantage. So I'm wondering, in the end, if your design development in both your project is really taking it far enough, and if you couldn't take these ideas of the micro units and the fragmentation as something positive that you can explore and check along the side how that could operate. I'm thinking about these examples in Japan of housing for workers, where you I don't know if you know the Kamishinjo modules that are modules of 2 by 2 by 2 meters for workers of different, in different neighborhoods, where the site is filled up with all these little modules, and then in between them you get this three-dimensional public space. So it's a completely different way of understanding the way units are organized, and I think it could be a good reference in both your cases to expand that not only to the housing but also into the educational unit, and as opposed to the Japanese example, also into the direction of the pluralism and the diversity that it could create. And one last thought I had was about the time dimension, the time sharing of your site, because usually living we do in different hours in our home than teaching and learning. So can you look at your site in different hours of the day that you see occupancy of different areas on your site? And are there then areas that could be shared in the afternoon hours when school is done? Can they be used for different purposes once we've broken it up and we've sort of mixed it in a different way? So that's another. I understand that there's still a few months for the work, or
no, 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay.
So we won't get to all of those things that you've outlined, Dales, but they're really very helpful thoughts for students to reflect a little bit more on where they've placed their emphases, and I think these are very helpful. Lucy, would you sum up for us before we switch to the next pair?
Yeah, most of it's been touched on already by everybody else, but I think, as is clear, this separation between the housing and the education is something that you could probably address on all four fronts, and might be a way to somehow restructure the argument. So really looking, as everybody said, at the nature of education, but for me, it's also that the home itself can open, for example, to the street, it can open to each other. So you have this flexibility in the housing module. And I kind of expected that somebody was going to take it there, because you started out being like, how does education influence housing itself? So I think that this idea that everybody is a teacher, that, you know, obviously things have been accelerated by the pandemic, but these were conditions that were already changing. How do, you know, whether we've become accustomed to uploading tutorials online, or everybody is in the kitchen teaching everybody else, so whatever it is, this kind of fluidity in terms of a teacher and student relationship, I think is something you could make a little bit more of in terms of the introduction to the project, and also in the way that the house is structured. So that might generate a different combination of public and private. There might be this semi-public part of the house that always has this temporal shift, because I completely agree with Els that this temporal aspect is important. And then also in terms of the nature of education, to look at this idea of lifelong learning, universal basic incomes, somehow that there's maybe more of a shift in terms of how everybody engages with it sort of repeatedly, and why therefore it's so important that it's at the core of the residential, because it's no longer a phase that we go through between 5 and 25 or whatever it is, but it's really just part of the patterns of daily life. And then secondly, I guess another way to address this idea of the integration of housing and education would be through the economic aspect of it, because it's kind of, both of your schemes are quite idyllic. Like there's lots of communal space, everybody has a big apartment, and actually I think the beauty of it could lie in the negotiation. So can you maybe think about how it might be a little bit tighter, so that it's more about how, you know, maybe one door opens and creates communality between neighbors, or allows one family to, you know, kind of do the after school schooling, or, you know, like the sort of extracurricular schooling for a set of 10, and actually try to shrink down what looks a little bit baggy in terms of this generosity. Because the economic reality is that people don't do that for a reason. So maybe in this negotiation, there's something that can actually sort of give that project a bit more tension. And then I guess also everybody's talked about it, but the massing, so how you bring those two things together in the massing. But I also just wanted to come maybe at the end, how you can do that at the urban level, quite diagrammatically, with more of a focus on existing educational aspects, whether they're typically educational in the area, or whether they are things that might introduce a training or educational aspect in the near future, and how you can then start to stitch these together across your site and create almost these corridors that determine some of that specificity that some people have been talking about, so that it isn't all just this, like, you know, again, idyllic, generous, multifaceted arena of learning, but there are these threads that are softly divided from one another. So even if it's just in relation to the river and then the education that comes from the sort of biology of that, compared to, I don't know if there's like a cooking, restaurant, food production, anything that you can find in the area that can bleed in. And I think that sort of helps wrap the master plan aspect of things. And also that just in terms of the spatial distribution, I guess both your projects have a very clear differentiation between the mass and the sort of leftover space. And I know a couple of people have touched on the idea of the courtyard, the sort of court and the courtyard. I think that maybe just by slightly shifting some of the blocks, what you can do is avoid this sort of quite narrow, it's not even narrow, like middle ground, the circulation area in the first scheme, and the sort of jagged edge along the canal in the second scheme, and that the void in the plaza has as much value. So almost the figure ground could be exchanged for positive and negative. And I think that maybe just spatially, this could help sort of orchestrate some of that, sort of clusters and the characters of spaces that you're trying to nest together within the framework of the site.
Yeah, brilliant. Very, very, very helpful. Now, we're a few minutes behind time, so I'm going to be very brief as we switch over to the next pair. Nella Abikhalil and Jingyi Xu are taking us now to Poplar, and in particular to the rather fragmented, sometimes irregular areas that have been developed as light industrial sites along the canal and the Lee Navigation Channel. And I think that what each of them are doing are starting to ask questions about different ways of looking at the irregularities in both of time and space in those environments that might be actually advantages to taking a more subtle approach to the transition and intensification of those employment lands. So rather than assuming that they would simply be erased and replaced with standard approaches to commercial housing, each of them are looking at ways in which we might value something of what exists there currently, whether that's the light industrial yards in the case of Jingyi, or whether it's the pattern of rough activity that is there in the light industrial productive process that is strewn around the area. Each of these might become resources for thinking about different kinds of approaches to the introduction of housing. So Nella, can I turn it over to you to begin?
Yes. Revaluing Poplar, learning through transition. What is taken for granted in London are those areas that provide opportunities for all sorts of creative activities from consumption and production to take place. Through them, it's not only new trends that emerge, such as outside gallery and event-led culture. Most importantly, they cultivate new patterns of learning, new patterns of making in the city, and new diagrams of mixed use. They become the new kind of urban economy. They're also effective in terms of their fundamental character of low-cost construction and temporary notion. We could talk about them in terms of meanwhile use, but this doesn't cover what they're doing. So for such spaces to thrive, they need local businesses on board. They give them a stage to produce. They act as stepping stones for these local businesses to participate in the local economy and provide platform for the creation of new partnerships. We are aware that cities are trying to figure out ways in which they can integrate creative environments into new residential neighborhoods. It's understood as an asset, but also as a challenge to preserve the notion of creativity while building new housing and densifying areas. Besides, as much as we understand the advantages of meanwhile use, we're also aware that while they are successful for a while, they disappear. So they don't seem to be permanent part of a neighborhood life or predict patterns for future change. Beyond such temporary projects, development patterns that integrate creativity into housing are presently identified in East London. So the first pattern is recognized in London City Island, a large-scale real estate commercial project dominated by housing. It's being put forward as the new version of the creative neighborhood and is able to integrate some creative industries. However, the partial success of this island stems from its geographical condition. So in calling itself an island, it's behaving as such. It also becomes an isolated territory, not only geographically, but within its whole surrounding relationship with its surroundings. The other pattern is found in the design district in North Greenwich, which is part of the Greenwich Peninsula development. So this compact version of the creative cluster typology is able to deliver a large range of cultural functions, from workspace to artist studios. However, the result is highly defined, and and it looks like a theme park that leaves no room for future change or flexibility. So clearly there's an interest around this clustering, and there's enough belief in it so that we design a lot of our contemporary projects around it. But what they seem to always do is invite new people in, becoming protective zones that are quite limited in their effect. What we might want to do is value the existing community and move the transition in a way that is more respectful. So looking at such regeneration developments, we ask ourselves, what if you look at things that have a command over temporality? So future urban developments can learn from transitional projects to cater for gaps in resources and creative infrastructure provision. So we could work with them in a way that affects how we approach and manage time and transition, which would then allow us to think differently about housing and the crossovers on the long term. So going back to Poplar, an interest in the creative industries has already started to appear. So Acme, a London-based charity, provides affordable studios. And another creative addition to the neighborhood is Poplar Works that offers, that is dedicated to fashion and gives small businesses and individuals a stage to produce. So this tendency towards the productive sector of the industries did not emerge out of nowhere. In fact, textile and fashion have had a strong presence in the Lower Lee Valley many decades before Poplar Works. So our site in Poplar is crammed between the A12 highway and the Lee River, and it's a disused vacant plot currently used as scrapyard. So this thin waterside parcel is an irregular situation, and it's challenging to build it up in the usual commercial way due to the way the water bends. With an approach of time and adjacencies, an attitude about the use of what is already on site becomes obvious. So a series of small transitional projects to understand what the current condition gives us. This way, we can extract what is of value there while working in an exploratory way. With an approach of time and adjacencies, meanwhile diagrams could act as a starting point. So the 7-hectare site is looked at as a large object to order. As we understand the neglected potential of the area, the existing morphology becomes a sequence that would in turn organize and inform the future morphology of the urban fabric. The reason we are looking at those industrial plots is simple. Through their differentiation in size and form, and their inconsistent morphology, typological variation of future buildings emerge. So step by step, as you understand the current moment and detail, value would emerge. Through this sequential rethinking of the fabric, whatever we build first, we can do it respectful of the existing conditions. So meanwhile, diagrams could act as starting point to generate permanent and long-term creative strategies. So what type of starting points are we looking at? So such projects like the Black Horse Workshop in North London offers a new diagram of how we might want to integrate making or light industrial manufacturing into a residential block through infill, and how we could organize our neighborhoods differently. So such an infill project is vital in understanding the morphological possibilities of mixed-use block. Despite being sort of crammed between a terraced housing and a linear building, the Black Horse Workshop has room to grow due to the facing yard. So the terraces on the low-rise housing act as spatial separation between residential environment and the working yard, creating a campus-like environment. Another pattern of meanwhile use that is currently found, we find it in Dome View Yard. So this cluster consists of 2 shed buildings of different sizes, randomly placed on a sort of L-shaped block, and is joined by a common yard. The logic of this cluster is organized around the central open yard, which creates an interiorized environment. The sheds are accessed through the yard rather than directly from the street. It allows the meanwhile structure to grow or extend as a space, and gives a platform for creators from different industries to forge relationships. However successful these projects are, their limitations come with the fact that such buildings were not designed with long-term intention. Clearly, they were put forward as typological solutions to cater for gaps in the resources and cultural infrastructure provision for a given neighborhood and in the present time. So the core question here is, how can we live in those buildings differently, and how do they allow us to reimagine the role of creative production in the city while simultaneously densifying the areas and building housing? So the approach to residential development must be different than those seen in previous regeneration schemes, such as the London City Island. So in a way, what we want to do is invite new homeowners to develop the area while revaluing the existing communities. The meanwhile, as a base gains in height, deepens its floor plate, and starts to formalize itself through an incremental process. It starts to integrate housing.
So as we revalue the existing building, that allows us to start making things on site happen simultaneously and sequentially. So we start to look at some of the characteristics of housing that work with these new types of meanwhile use. The first type is found in the cooperative building by Brooker and Brundler architects. It's an L-shaped linear block that has quite a thin floor plate. With such dimensions and morphology, the floor plate is able to adapt apartments for collective living and large studios that make most of the unfavorable north-facing situation of the site. So the L-shaped block allows us to orient the collective environment of dwelling to the collective creative production happening on the yard. The extended gallery on the ground floor can become interpreted in many ways depending on what happens below. Also, an interesting opportunity arises to link all these productive businesses together and sequentially with living environments through the water side. So there is not only used for spilling of domestic activities outside of the building, but this relationship between working and living is emphasized, and it will be oriented towards and overlook the yard, which is used during the day as a productive space with parking, unloading area, storage space, and making. In the sheds, walls are accepted as they are, and value is extracted out of the structure that brings out new uses to light for small and medium enterprises centered around the creative industries. Another type is found in this collective living cluster, this Prefeld in Berlin. As the other starting point, it's user-driven and accommodates different types of apartment for a range of living situations. It is careful on how it allocates its expenditure, and it creates high living value that is affordable. The buildings are oriented and placed according to the given constraints of the site. Through this bias in orientation, quality emerges within the building and its surrounding. Here, the idea that things are happening in the ground floor are related to the things happening in the dwelling itself appears, blending living and working not only inside the building, but also on the canal side. There's an emphasis on shared space for both working and living. Many would be left as option rooms and can be used and can be for different uses depending on time and need. On our side, the deep floor plate of the sheds have left us with the opportunity to explore with the D block typology for housing. In collective projects that deal with large floor plates such as the Van project, density is achieved through a range of apartment types from collective living clusters to more independent studio apartments and family household apartments. So sequentially, the meanwhile could formalize itself as D-block housing is incorporated on top of it or adjacent to it. Here, an attitude towards the canal site is built up through the sequential layering of buildings. Large vehicles access the yard from the street for unloading or loading and storing material, products, and large objects. The space between the buildings and the canal are softer and more intimate, while also remaining as part of the working life of the building. Hence, such spaces are constantly and collectively maintained by creative groups and only get better through time. This way, the static placemaking tool of the developer's approach found in projects such as London City Island disappear and give way to a ground floor where the two layers of living and working come together. So as a whole, creating employment that with the purpose of retaining it as housing is built. If a wave of regeneration and densification is going to come to an urban area, this approach showcases the opportunity to manipulate and control development in a way that builds up on what is already there. Instead of remaining one of those trends that come and go, the meanwhile becomes a tool for the architect to take control of the development process in the immediate present and through an incremental process, sequentially densifying the areas while at the same time revaluing populous existing communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nala. Jingyi, do you want to carry on directly?
Is a popular yard and creative lab. The ambition is for generating a new mixed-use scenario for the transformation of industrial land.
Jingyi, come closer to your microphone if you can and speak more loudly.
Okay, yeah. The ambition is for providing an exciting neighborhood for living and working. If we look at some industrial environment, yard system could be identified as a basic logic of the spatial arrangement. Even though they look disordered, they have a historical significance as there are things left over from the past, such as the service structures where tracks come in and out, storage box, or spaces distributed into small studios, workshops, or bars. Also, there are still have people who need to live, who need to work and meet in these intermediate places generated by lots of negotiations among the tenants. That's a basic nature of yard and where they work. And more recently, a critical amount of creative activities has contributed to the inclusive character of yards, which invite us to think about new management to optimize the capacity of these places, helping the largest number who live and work there. Even though at this point they are low values, there are potentials residing within their existing form that can be intensified to get more. For example, the Black Horse Yard, where a covered outdoor workspace increased its flexibility. At the same time, with minimal landscape, the yard allows outreaching collaboration and local engagement. Or another example here is the building itself could be considered as a new kind of creative yard where we can just juxtapose things of different dimensions and introduce players of varieties. And the central yard reflects a changing understanding of the interior and exterior demands. In this sense, we could argue that yards is really a meaningful tool for supporting a more collective management model, as it can accommodate both low value and higher value activities side by side, contributing to the preservation of our working environment. Spatially, the morphology of industrial yards are fundamentally irregular and tortured, featured by a combination of ownership history, geography, and parcellation. They could generate continuous patterns for surveys, stacking shared by adjacent buildings, or yard become much wider, subdivided into several parcels for independent production. Also, we need to think about yard as something differentiated from the kind of perimeter block or residential courtyard. Actually, yard suggests us to work on the ground level with different patterns of circulations and things of varieties, and are usually unpredictable. So the starting point is that this kind of yards occurring in the employment land are really good at dealing with these irregularities because there are always conflicts between the buildings themselves and the streets. And yards are helped to clarify the accommodation of the interior and the exterior demand with a very clear sense of common purpose. At the same time, instead of isolated premises, yards are truly negotiated domains in constant interaction with the surrounding elements, and they share a nature of growing by themselves. Also, not only the yards, we are thinking about how this building works. We need to consider the nature of this industrial building's preference, and we might want to upgrade some of the established structure to inject new production and facilities in order for different businesses to get benefit from this new mixed environment. Hence, instead of we don't have to offer a master plan putting everything into phases, which means that we could start with some elements of the yards, and we can then imagine how they start integrate things over time. Also, yards are helping to network with the canal and the railway that once served the local production, together forming part of the system in the wider territory. However, industrial land in many cities have been increasingly under the threat from housing demand. And if we look at some of these areas, there is an ever-expanding trend of clustering because many involving industries value the networking opportunities. But there is still but we still don't see a real version of neighborhood that could really take advantage from this kind of environment. For example, the design district is actually more like a too much advanced as standing alone project, servicing only certain kinds of users and visitors, or the art district in Beijing, which could be more like a theme park for market exercises. It fails to offer a quality environment benefit both the workers or the residents. Hence, instead of residential or employment zoning, we need to think differently about this industrial green as kind of environment for crossovers. So in Popular, the objective is for workspace-led regeneration, aiming to create a vibrant environment where the existing and emerging element could coexist and thrive over time. Here, a set of projects, including the relocation of existing production, in inserting new workspaces and homes, as well as a creative hub, will start to upgrade this place by valuing what yards offers. Our site is located by Amson Street. It currently suffers from physical fragmentation with a canal, railway, and road infrastructure as barrier for movement. The whole plot covers 10 hectares. Currently, most industries on site remain low values, accommodated by poor quality and irregular architectural fabric. The new development is structured by 3 different yard systems in order to preserve the services and operation on site, at the same time create a new vibrant environment as armature accommodating shared facilities and changing activities. Let's imagine a set of projects starting happening in the central, because the central could become a linkage between different elements, and it starts to changing the perception of this area from the surrounding residential zones to this new mixed neighborhood. Also, the central yard could function as a catalyst of change and allow big things to happen. It starts generate more values by bringing in new actors, resources, and events. At the same time, in order to ensure the basic nature of yards as much needed working environment, buildings are upgraded based on the existing morphologies. In addition, the deep slab typologies are kept and upgraded as they allow flexible subdivision and offer networking opportunities amongst various production. Moreover, there are really effective interstices and terraces managed by the surrounding tenants, where they can share furniture and fitting facilities, exchanging skill or organize training activities for the young generation, so as to allow different participants to get more values. These different elements along the central yard form a phenomenal landscape where people can move around equipment or materials, setting art features and product showcase, or start outdoor manufacturing. By doing that, this new development could not only retain but build up the intensity and mixed uses within the area. Go down the central yard, there is a creative hub located by the canal, offering indoor event spaces and facilities for learning, recreation, and emerging businesses, presenting a low threshold to the neighborhood and city. Hence, considering the unique character of the whole scenario related to production processes, we might want to find accommodation in this kind of environment. So the next natural step is to upgrade some of other industrial buildings by upgrading typologically and integrating some new homes and amenities into these yards. Well, currently there is still little awareness about there is still little awareness of housing offer as part of the process for encouraging employment opportunities. For example, right across the street to the north is the project St. Andrews. Even though it offers multi-type flats with pleasant landscape, it's actually standard compliant and doesn't seem to be aligned with or understanding of a productive ground. The juxtaposition of similar courtyard fail to reinforce the urban fabric as much needed employment spaces, and they fail to provide a more exciting way of life. Well, right down the road, someone could find a really dynamic environment in which all different kinds of things are taking place on unemployment land, asking people of all backgrounds to join or even living with this kind of different elements. This development differs from St. Andrews in several ways. Firstly, one of the interesting things about the industrial environment is that there always need to be different accesses for service functions, logistics, and also buildings. They are relatively deep, not very high. So instead of residential tower, the new built are mid-rise and have certain similarities with the dimension of some industrial buildings. So here on the left hand, it might be possible to steal some of the spaces on existing sheds and build something new. Or on the left hand, we could even design a more extensive ground incorporating buildings on top, offering various kinds of workspaces, even on levels of 2 or 3. Then how could these yards continue to work if we got some housing on top? Firstly, here housing are helping to incorporate different working environment and yards on the 2 sides, as it allows the visibility from one apartment across the yard into another. Also, residential buildings could incorporate additional facilities such as care center, shared kitchen, or galleries, increase the quality of increase the quality of the surrounding working yard so as to further develop an inclusive local community. You can imagine that you go out and stand on the balcony, getting a view of the industrial activities happening on lower floors, or you might want to join the training, the crafting training on a shared podium. Moreover, a series of improvements are proposed to enhance the connectivity and hierarchy across the site. A pedestrian-friendly landscape of yards and lanes running north-south, interlocking these 3 different kinds of yard domains. Also, there are new bridges and passages proposed to increase the continuity of the urban fabric. Situated in the wider territory, the canal defines the south boundary of the site. We want to start changing things along the canal because it provides visibility and accessibility of all projects. Also, it ties different elements back to the urban network. Overall, this design-led framework aims to establish a line of communication that asks a broader range of businesses and players their need. Looking for ways in which a possible transformation could take place and build up the strength of networks to situate these crossovers in order to have successful yards as both working environment and shared resources for new ways of urban living. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jingyi and Nella. Now, I know that some will need to leave fairly soon, some of our review panel. And I know that Lucy and Sam probably have to leave at about 10 minutes till 2. And I know that both Keith and Els have said they need to leave at 2. So maybe if we can begin with Lucy and Sam and then go on to Els and Keith. And perhaps we'll conclude then with Katarina and Adam if they're able to linger for a few minutes beyond 2 o'clock. Lucy, do you want to start in?
I can start. Thank you very much for the presentations. It's a fascinating topic, and I guess just to keep it quite brief, given the time limits, the first question that I have, that it may be that it's just because sometimes you miss things at this point in the tutorials, but it's not entirely clear to me where the line between the existing buildings that you're retaining and the new ones that you're inserting are. And I think that maybe that's something that you could clarify for the final presentation in 3 weeks. And I think that, again, a little bit like in the first project, there's the opportunity to make much more of that tension and to really think about how you can sort of create a gradient in terms of the way that you touch or don't touch the existing sort of lightweight industrial fabric. So sometimes it may be just like an insertion. Sometimes you might make something of the structure, but like open it up or change the skin, and almost like a catalog of these things might help sort of refine the project in terms of its material quality. The other thing, as a result, that isn't so clear to me is you mentioned sorry, the second one, I'm not sure what was your name. What was her name? What was your name?
Jing.
Jing, hi. Sorry, you also mentioned the irregularity of these sites and the nature of these courtyards, and sort of, I think, beauty of that isn't coming through in the housing typologies, and that maybe what you could do is reintroduce an aspect of that. And actually, as a result, you might get very long, thin or crooked houses, or ones that turn a right angle, and somehow you manage to explode the classic box in a way that's very much driven by the found conditions of the site, and at times maybe even exaggerated. Or I think there's a lot of ways that you could articulate that. And I guess in terms of what it is that you're trying to do as a live-work environment, I think it could again be interesting to look at what the fundamental qualities of that working space might be. So if you have the very sort of gritty, dirty, loud elements downstairs, what element of that do you draw up through the building so that there's more of a balance, I'd say, in section? Because I think that there were kind of interesting sectional qualities to both of them, but it did still feel to me like the ground floor was the working area and then the housing was built on top, which is a very familiar configuration for something like this. And that there's more of an opportunity to maybe extend the notion of work so that you draw it from dirty to clean or loud to quiet. And in section, you should be able to see that balance that gives more, I guess, worth to the industrial and work aspects. And I think also that doing that might allow you to, again, recalibrate the public, the communal, and the private, because we don't have such a clear distinction between a sort of ground floor / podium level. And also, of course, as you started to do, both of you, that the sectional sort of qualities of an industrial space, that often it needs to be very tall, that you're able to start stacking the housing and looking over it almost like a gallery or an arcade. And I think that bringing these qualities out sort of more systematically as you rise through the building could be very interesting, in that it might be that you, again, need to explode the notion of the house, because everybody needs a quiet area and a loud area, or everybody needs a clean and a dirty one. So you might end up having things that are slightly more fragmented and are stitched together according to the use patterns or the type of resident for a certain period of time. I think those are my points.
No, lovely, very helpful. The idea of the yard as a negotiated environment, allowing you to explode, in a sense, the spatial definitions a bit more, I think is very, very helpful. Sam, would you like to join in?
Sure. I'm obviously, again, as always, with Lucy, but to add on to that, one way to do that, because you celebrate the yard so much and the kind of typology so beautifully. I mean, you actually convinced me that the yards are even better than I thought, which is a great place to start. And that some of your drawings, like where you kind of, the buildings are kind of incidental, and then the yard itself is the kind of topic of the drawing, where it's a kind of dark ground. I think that's fantastic. I really, really love your drawings. One way you could kind of get a little bit at Lucy's thing and also kind of reframe the yard is to sort of actually put some domestic features in the yard. I don't know exactly what I mean by that, but at the very least a tree, right? Or like a little garden, or some, because yards have, you've made it like a little lorry kind of area, which I find very charming and really nice. But it might be nice to have that kind of lorry drive over the grass somehow, and have sort of an interplay between those two things might make them both better. Apropos Lucy's suggestion to have that everybody needs a bit of clean and a bit of dirty, and that the kind of butting up of those two things is theoretically where you can get even more, let's say, richness in a new typology, right? Because you've made so much of the yard typology, and if you sort of stick bits of housing in the yard, you know, just like people indeed in yards, but also in domestic have barbecues. I mean, it's like, I know that's a small nothing thing, but sort of all the stuff that people want to do there, right? So like the kind of idea of a domestic workshop that maybe you get to like a little, you know, like in my house, like a little crappy shed thing, you know, like my little weird hut over there, that's somehow that's somehow like part of domestic world combining, you know, and then you start to get uncomfortable in a good way. Mm-hmm. So that would be my suggestion, but I think you've done such a good job that that's not a criticism, just a way forward.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you. And Lucy and Sam, it's just really great to have you join us. It's the first time we've been able to hear your thoughts on the work of the program, and I appreciate very much your insights. We'll want to incorporate that more. Els, can I turn it over to you now?
And maybe just before you start, so that we can slip away without interrupting. Thank you so much, and honestly, the work across the board is fantastic. So I'm sort of curious to see where it lands in 3 weeks' time. 3 weeks is quite a while, and I think you've all got the sort of tools in place to just refine it and make your idea come across a little bit more clearly. But thank you for having us this morning.
No, not at all. Great. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Tremendous amount of work you guys did. I mean, really, wow. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Sam.
So I'm talking for Sam right now, but I'm going to stick around for like another 10 minutes or so, and then I'll slip away quietly. But
okay, fine.
To see what the others have to say.
Yeah. Els, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I hope there's not too much background noise. Hold on a second. Had to move. I'm moving between closed office and open office. So thank you, Nella and Jing Yi. Very beautiful presentations, both of you. Nella, start with you. I think you gave a very intelligent reading of your site and your design challenge. I think you also found very good references of what you're looking for, and that was very helpful in the development of your work. And I did feel that at the final phase of really taking all your knowledge, which you obviously are very good at reading and collecting knowledge and interpreting your materials, that it somehow stayed at the level of examples of possible spaces. For example, your at the end when you show the employment spaces that could happen there, they're still just examples of other places that you didn't develop. And so I think that that's really what could happen in the next 3 weeks, is to give your own design hand the lead and take all these really well-informed materials and turn them into your own design language. But the site, this site I do know, and I was there, so it's really, really rich. And I think you took the right examples from Berlin to compare with them. And what I felt is that you're sort of always looking for this extra layer that could result from your sort of an infrastructure that you're building. And then the extra layer is what the people would complete there, that you wouldn't design to the end or all the way. So there's like an open-endedness that you could explore and see. Again, perhaps with what I spoke about in the former project, this time dimension, where you show your project in different times of the day or in different seasons, and how it performs in a way, and how the public space performs, or the common spaces, based on these different programs, that each one of these programs have their own rhythm. So that I thought was very strong. And I thought you're also very good at formulating the design thoughts. So I think you have something really strong there, and it just needs to be completed with the design itself. Jing Yi, I very much liked your approach, and I thought, there's, like Sam said, so many materials, so much work. So it's almost hard to remember all the pieces that you're putting together. What I'm most interested in is, in the end, the result of the yard, and whether it's a backyard or a courtyard or a front yard or all of the above. And then you have this, and I think you want all of the above, but they're not very articulated yet. I thought that the image of your phenomenon landscape, or I forgot how you call it, something like that, right? The phenomenon landscape. It comes too late. I think it could be a leading motif in your project, and you could have a lot more of those. And again, they can change over time because it's a very strong image, and I'm not convinced by it yet. It still looks too much haphazardous, and I live now in a context where that's the standard, and it's sometimes very, very disturbing when people just, throw anything they want into the public space without sort of respecting the value of common spaces. So you have to be careful with romanticizing that. And I think it's really finding the right balance between, in a way, giving it structure, and on the other, let some of the content happen by itself, if you know what I mean. So I think it's both articulating the different types of yards, and then also putting more emphasis on that, like how would you start from designing them, and then all the rest follows, all the architecture, the structures follow, rather than they come first and then whatever is the yard is the offset. And the same with when you show the section of your ground floor workspaces and then the housing on top, I think the same principle, because then your ground space, even when there are cars there or there's other programs happening, it becomes one continuous yard system, or sequence of yards that even underneath the housing there's a form of internal yard, or I don't know, it could be another variation of your yard idea. But I think it's a very strong motif, and it could be the leading motif.
Els, that's really helpful. And one of the points that Jing made was the significance of the yard as potentially a managerial device. And in a way, what you're doing is kind of calling attention to where those challenges of management, negotiation, decision-making really are, and how they can be explored through the design question. What are the limits of that, and how much do we have to use design to help regain control? That control might be negotiated. It doesn't have to be fixed from the outside, but it's something to be explored. I think that's really very helpful. And on that point, Keith, I saw you nodding your head. And so I'm wondering if you want to elaborate on these points further. You're muted still, Keith.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Sorry, I thought you were doing the unmuting for me, so apologies. Fascinating, this, because like the last set where we were combining sort of education and learning spaces with residential, which is a sort of beginning to get it sort of addressed, and you can sort of see how these things are working, to try and combine working space, industrial space, spaces that actually create noise and dirt, and residential space is the sort of untested thing. And so Nella and Jing, thank you very much for your propositions and thoughts around that. because this idea of the yard and the creative spaces, and which is sort of meant to be incorporating almost the displaced activity that you actually get in the more, in effect, gentrified areas of London. So and that's been taken up by developers because they see that some of the sort of arts and creative spaces as having real capital and giving places identity away from the sort of sameness of the same old mixed use developments. And so, but then you then get a sort of slightly parodying of that, which you sort of, you were alluding to, which is the sort of, like the design district at Greenwich Peninsula, where it's sort of, it's sort of almost playing up that whole thing of romanticizing and creating identity to increase the value of the properties that are going to be around it. I think the really interesting thing about this this combination of actually thinking about real places and how you can, of course, have the places for creatives and low cost spaces and places for people to make stuff and for big lorries and vehicles to come into, for refuse to be collected, to be recycled, whatever. I mean, is the real dilemma. Almost the sorts of spaces that have been almost in regulation have been separated from each other, because of the noise that they create, or the dirt, or the et cetera, environmental conditions. And so I think the idea of actually trying to create a different type of genuine mixed-use space where we can have some of the activities being maintained and almost reinforced in the city that are being displaced. And this isn't just about the creatives and the art studios. It's about things like the builder's yard, or the recycling centre, or the wholesale merchant, or all those things which are now usually business parks. All those things that are pushed to the edges and to the margins and to the hinterland of our cities, and people have to drive out to, or circulate out to, and for all very good reasons, because we're trying to keep heavy vehicles out of the centre of cities, and we're trying to deal with those issues of the environmental conditions. But if you could actually create an environment, and these are all obviously theoretical exercises, but to actually as studies. But if you could create an environment where you actually sort of reinforced the notion that you can have these seemingly incompatible activities in the city, and also deal with the practical issues. So I would love to have seen, the way that you do integrate the transportation, the delivery, how because a lot of the traditional yards and things, a lot of their the typology and morphology of those places was all about the movement of and the delivery of goods in and out, whether it's via the waterways or whether it's via the road transportation. The sizes of the yards were often around the turning circles of things, or it was all very, very practical sort of things. Also, the areas of covered space, the inside, the idea of outside space that's covered and protected because of the offloading, or be able to actually better to manufacture things or to construct something externally, but you need the cover from the rain, and the whole architecture that can be created from that, and the arches, the vaults, the canopies and things that exist. Maybe even new transportation systems, so you might have, for example, a lorry livery sort of docking system that then take you off into some sort of shuttle system that actually takes, with smaller things to take goods in and out, that actually are more compatible with people moving in around those spaces. So there could be a whole sort of urban typology that comes from how you actually redefine the ways in which we service buildings and the way in which people access these buildings. And I really like the Lucy's thing about actually how you could also create different types of space, you know, whether it's dirty and clean from top to bottom, and the way you can articulate it vertically as well as sort of horizontally. So I think there's richness in this, and then how you then, I think Sam's point about how you overlap the domestic into these environments and actually create places. I mean, yards can become courtyards, could become gardens, or the garden is within the yard or whatever, recreational spaces. I mean, we need sort of hardscape for games and activities and schools and colleges. I mean, there could be a construction sort of. The other thing that's missing in the centre of cities now is a place for colleges to make stuff. The old sort of the further education colleges. So places for people to make brick walls and cast concrete and all those sorts of things that those activity test things out, but also all of those spaces, whether it's those sort of educational spaces or the domestic spaces go along, need some recreational spaces to go alongside them. And some of those recreational spaces are in themselves antisocial. So basketball courts and all those sorts of things, which generally are actually very difficult to integrate into conventional environment, a residential environment, could happen in these sort of semi-industrial sort of spaces. So there's a real richness to these these activities happening at ground level. So anyway, that's I think there's just a lot of things leading, I think, for these projects, and I think you've started to try to capture thoughts about, as I say, a really interesting new type of mixed use area of our cities. And I think they could be just extended a little further. So in the 3 weeks you've got, maybe actually giving them a little more definition, giving them a little sort of, few accents and character in terms of taking those issues further. So thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Keith.
And Lawrence, I've got to go, I'm afraid. So
I completely understand. Keith, thanks for giving us your time. It's great to see you again. See you soon.
Thanks. See you. Bye.
Bye now. Well, Adam, how are you doing for time? Can you stay with us a little bit over 2 o'clock?
Just for a few minutes. Yeah.
Great. Please let me go ahead and turn to you.
Great, thank you very much for both of those presentations. Really, really lovely to see, and I know how hard it is to grapple with those issues, very subtle, complex issues that sort of defy this way of working when we're working on a sort of single standalone project. But I thought the work was really, really well well researched and done with great kind of vigor. And to see the temporal come into work is really nice, and to see the idea of what one would keep and for how long, it becomes really interesting. So Nelly, the idea of the idea of kind of plots as defining the structure of where you start and where how piecemeal this thing progresses, I think is really good. And also, Yingyi, the idea of an armature, of this kind of place to start, this structure, this architectural structure, which you're, inventing, which can allow other things to happen in many different ways. I mean, I think it's difficult territory, because obviously there's a difficulty of, in one level, glossing over the real difficulties of conflict and juxtapositions that come from industry and housing. And on the other level, there's a danger of kind of sanitizing it and having this kind of slightly idyllic, romantic pictures of everyone being creative, which starts to become a little bit like Marie Antoinette rather than actual real industry. But that's just part of the kind of territory negotiating, and you shouldn't be put off with that. I think by just drilling into those, you can answer those things, because I think you really do have strong strategies which can address those things. So, for example, Nella, I think you didn't really play on it. I think you do have an emerging spatial site strategy. And perhaps what I mean by that is that, let's just track back a minute. I think other people have mentioned the sort of familiar recourse of putting the dirty industry on the bottom and the housing on the top. And that's a familiar trope. But actually, given this site, it may be a different format might be more productive, because after all, here we have a very, very hostile A12 on one side, and seen as a good amenity space canal on the other side. And it's an irony that if one goes back 150 years, it would be the other way around. The canal would be the cesspit that no one would want to be on, and the wealthy would live along one of the main boulevards. But anyway, that's flipped, right? So now we have a kind of gradient of hostility. It's there in your plan. You see the lorries, coming off the A12, whereas the space to the canal is more sort of benches and stuff like that. I'm assuming that means kind of amenity. One could take that further or be more specific about that. For example, one could have stacked, industry along the A12, and really then the noise and the industry is acting as a buffer, protecting the residential, which can then enjoy this kind of sunny canal side. That's one kind of example. And in that way, it doesn't mean have to be a master plan, because your strategy can set up conditions. That if each site as it came along had that strategy of building up a buffer to the A12, but allowing the canal side to be shaggier and looser, and perhaps with more biodiversity and planting and trees, and allow that canal to become less canalized and richer, maybe even reprofile the canal to be a richer kind of ecosystem there. One can start to set up conditions that then can be done individually or become a character of an area. And the same really for Yingyi. I thought the central armature was powerful. And what one would almost want to see is, what are the step-by-step moves to go about making that central armature happen? What's day one? What does day one with almost no money to spend look like? And what does kind of year 5 look like? I think there's, in those temporal conditions, there's a lot of joy to be had in the kind of contingent, almost accidental juxtaposition of things and how that's managed. So when the first people live there, what are they looking over and how is that done? Maybe the first people are happy to be more pioneers and a bit rougher, but how does that then become more kind of friendly in a way to kind of family living, if you like? So it's just exploring those kind of temporal conditions could be really useful, rather than still seeing it as effectively a existing condition and a final condition. What do those in between moments actually look like? But yeah, great, thank you.
Adam, it's just a delight to have you join us. I'm appreciating your insights hugely. I hope we'll be able to get you back again. Irene has been suggesting that we involve you now ever since he's joined us in the program, and I'm glad we've finally had a chance to do that. So hopefully we'll have more chances to talk soon. I know that you're saying you have to slip away, so if you do, we won't be offended. But thank you very much from all of us. Now, Katerina, you got to start things out, and I'll give you the last word on the overall. But I don't know if you have time. We may want to allow some discussion amongst the other tutors at this point. I know Dominic has said that he would like to say a word on this last project, and I'm fairly sure George has some comments, and I'd love to get his thoughts, and Irene, you as well, Elena. So Katerina, perhaps you would want to kick some of that discussion off. You know our program best of all.
Yeah, just very briefly to the last two, not too long. Nella, I apologize. I had a phone call in the delivery, so I missed key parts of your project. I was not quite sure how your drawings would evolve, but I can't comment on that because I missed the central part, so I do apologize. I think with the last project, I really liked the body of graphic work generally. I think, if one steps back from the project itself and just looks at what the graphic communicates, I think in terms of scale and range, I thought was really interesting. And in a way, it built up its strengths. I think as I was getting more and more convinced initially, I thought, okay, yeah, it's romantic, la-di-da, but I think it really evolved, and I think that's really interesting to have a look at. But I think it's also a general comment for all students, but I think it's a comment one makes at almost every review in any situation, that to step back and look at the way you make your arguments graphically, which drawings work and which ones don't, is really, really important. And I think that I know you're making your arguments strategically and it's not about aesthetics. Nonetheless, you are communicating with your drawings. And I think, it's important when you shift scales that you're very clear where you want to go. And very often, sometimes it's useful to begin a project with an overarching drawing rather than end with it. Yeah, I think it is helpful for viewers to know where you're ending up as one iteration. But in a way, I was just wondering long-term, so I bracket that. Let's just come back to the last project with the yards. I really enjoyed that, clearly. I really like yards, and I do not like them because they've got sofas and courtyards or whatever, but I think because they're really, really tough infrastructures and they're very generic and they have very clear tectonic, they are really, really reduced. And I think the repetition of the same makes them really powerful, also aesthetically, but also just as an infrastructure. And there was a part of me who thinks, well, not every drawing, sometimes I can see that and sometimes I couldn't. And I'm not saying one is better than the other. So in contrast to the previous comment where the mention was about irregularity, there's a part of me, well, actually what's yards, buildings are really super regular, really generic and banal, and therefore powerful because they can be really flexibly inhabited. So of course, it's up to you to think how you want to think about it. But then you showed one reference in Ahu something where it was a really nice plan, which seemed to be reinterpreting a yard, and it was really characterized by regularity, but it also had a very clear grid span. So it almost felt to me like one version of maybe having another look at that is to look at the regularity of the tectonics and the span and the way in which this could be inhabited as an infrastructure. Yeah, because I quite like the idea that they have rough manufacturing and housing together, and I know it's difficult, but I think on the other hand, I can't see why we should not try that out. But I think, there are issues about thinking in section, but I think in terms of tectonics, it does make sense to have heavier structure in the lower grounds. Yeah. At the same time, if you look at 19th century structures, if you pull it up, it just means that you have very, very large spans. So you can live in them very well as well. Yeah, so that's all possible. But I think a bit more specificity about the regularity of the grid to be inhabited would be really quite nice. Yeah, because you're very good at these sort of flowery drawings. That's not the right term. The drawings where you show how the infrastructure of this creative, productive life flows across the space. Lovely drawings. I think to me it almost could be a bit tougher in terms of spreading out the grid across that. Coming to the intersection with the housing above. Interesting, complicated question. Does it need to be that different, or could the whole thing become, take the principle of the yard? I'm not sure. Or the other option could be if you think about the yard as a gridded structure, which also allows transport and services coming in and out. What happens if you marry that with an idea of a mat building? So in a way, rather than sitting the slab of housing on top, could you think about it in a more three-dimensional way? Anyway, it's just another option. If were to move on to maybe a more general comment, I'm still intrigued by the question Irene posed in the beginning, and I don't have an answer for that at all. And I think it's been an ongoing issue always to me with this program because it's so interesting strategically and urbanistically. Yes, and I always sort of feel, and I think the program has really benefited from the longer length. It seems to me that students really get it. At the same time, there's never enough time to draw everything, because it's so rich, because it's so multi-scalar, and that is very rare. Normally, as we know, it's either urban design or it is very architecture. I'm really still interested in seeing catalog of options, yes. But then I'm teaching more architecture than urbanism. So to me, I really enjoy coming here and hearing the urban arguments and hearing the type of morphological arguments. So to me, the catalog of options, somewhat diagrammatic and really, really interesting. Would I like to see a more detailed architectural articulation in plan and section of a segment of that? Absolutely, yes. Yes. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it can be incorporated. It might be possible. You know, what would it add? I'm not even sure. Yeah, but I think every time, if I come back on a yearly basis, more or less, it does become more architectural, at least in terms of scale, which I really, really value. So again, I mean, I had a super interesting day. So thank you very much to all the students. I learned, as usual, very much. So that was really great. And yeah, and I'm looking forward to the discussion, I guess.
Fantastic. Thanks, Katerina. Well, maybe a sense of order in this. I think, Irene, I'll give you a moment to consider how you might answer the question yourself. But in the meantime...
Well, I've already worked it out, Larry.
What? You've already worked it out. Great. Okay. But I know Dominic was pestering me even during chat. He wanted to say something about these particular projects. So perhaps before we go to this larger discussion, where I'd like to get Irene, your thoughts and George's thoughts and Elena's thoughts. Dominic, do you want to jump in on something having to do with these last two presentations?
Yeah, it's more the last four, actually. I think.
Okay.
It's just a general thing that I wanted for everybody to reflect on. And it's something I just noticed with going through the projects. And that is that there still seems to be a very clear distinction between a building and a plot and an outside space. And so we do get, although we're sort of recalibrating what those spaces are, you know, they're not streets anymore, they're yards, etc., and they're incidental spaces, etc. There doesn't seem to be a kind of understanding of the ground as, and I think, you know, Katerina was alluding to it, and I think somebody else was before that, about the map building and understanding how there could be a kind of diagram of the ground that doesn't necessarily then completely align with envelope. And it's just that, you know, it's some of the things that you, Larry, and I have seen in Southeast Asia, etc., Singapore, and that's obviously climactic. But I think this idea that, you know, if people are saying that the outside is the new inside, then playing with that and understanding where does inside and where does outside stop? Mm-hmm. Where does the yard have to be always open to the sky? You know, interestingly, for me, it's just there's a space near where I live, which is an undercroft, but next to a supermarket, but next to a high street, between the two. And in pandemic, it's become an incredibly vibrant place. It's where people gather at 6 to drink in little clusters of 3 or 4 people because they buy stuff in the supermarket and they want to be somewhere that's sheltered and relatively warm, but outside, you know, so that they're healthy. Yeah. And I just think that it's across the board, actually, in many respects. There still seems to be an idea of a building and an architecture, and then something that's outside, which is landscape or ground.
Well, I just to follow on from that, I think something that our phase 1 students will perhaps appreciate. I was kind of hoping that Ayushi, when she was showing that view of Central St. Martin's and the covered industrial area between it and the Waitrose, that one might try to describe exactly what you're saying, Dominic, by drawing it in different ways. And I still think it's something, Ayushi, that you can still do and bring even back into your own proposals. But I think that we perhaps haven't gone far enough to challenge these neat divisions, Dominic, that you're drawing our attention to. So I'll just leave it there. We can come back to that later. But are there other things you wanted to carry on with, Dominic?
Not really. That was just a kind of a general point across a number of projects, which I think we should talk about. Yeah.
Irene.
Yeah. It was a very good session, I thought. Probably the best that I have so far attended in housing and urbanism. And for a number of reasons, I think the cast of jurors was good and worked well. I was very glad that the DIP 15,
yeah, 15
came along. I think it is a collaboration which I would be pleased to see strengthened. And I also thought that the morning was well organized, quite apart, of course, from going over lunch, which for French is hard.
Yeah, it's hard for anyone, hard for me. Well, we have Anna to thank for the organization. So Anna, thank you. Actually, I agree with you. It did work.
But it
well.
was well organized. I think it's a number of presentation worked well. The pairing worked well. If I could make just a small comment, I thought the initial introduction could be a much shorter, so that one could get into the work faster. And
my apologies in that case.
No, I mean, you may take a different view, of course. And it's of course interesting for students to know who the people in the jury are. And for the remainder of the session, my preference would be for the jurors to speak when they want to, rather than be prompted. It makes the session more lively, rather than having to wait for one person after another. And also it then allows, within the limits, of course, which are possible with Zoom, for jurors to actually discuss between themselves, which I think is always very valuable for students. So, I mean, but I thought it was very well timed, and the quantity of things was very well judged. Drawings, I was so pleased to see some drawings which I liked. Yeah, that's really made my day. I think this is a very significant.
How many?
Oh, quite a few, actually. Quite a few.
Guys, this might be the highlight of your career. Irene liked your drawings. You know, I'll record that moment.
But it was extremely satisfying. Now, see, presentations were by and large clear. I must say I lost the plot sometimes with the last two presentations, and I know why. The reason why I tended to lose the plot is that the presentations were the most obviously read. And in one instance, the connection was never made between the text and the drawing with the cursor. And that was a singular reason which actually helped me to lose the plot. So, I mean, I come back to this, no reading. Reading is really a recipe for losing points, you know, if I can put it crudely. Now, and then I have a broader question, and which was alluded in practical or in concrete ways on several occasions by the jurors. And when the jurors spoke about what people had in mind for the ground. Yeah. I think partly because maybe the question was backed by the drawings, but I think it is a more substantial issue which concerns the program, or possibly the design workshop specifically, which is what we mean by civic space. And I think that the conversation has not come to roost on that issue, and that we are still discussing civic space in two general terms, and I would say without an axe to grind, without a polemic, or better, without polemics in the plural. In other words, or maybe another way of putting it would be to say we don't have yet politics in the design workshop. So it is there as a very loose statement of intentions, but I would welcome something on that subject which would be more feisty and in a way more connected with, let's say, the Generation Z. For that reason, and I know we may have spoken about this before, I would also welcome talking about people inside the AA, involving people from Assemble, because they are very clued up in that respect. They are very much from the Generation Z, and they could help us in that respect. I mean, there are a number of issues which I think Adam was raising at times, but again in a very concrete way, but which could be part of our take. For instance, issues to do with ecology, for instance, issues to do with landscape, for instance, the nitty-gritty of social organization of spaces. And at the moment, I think my understanding of civic space on the program is that it is, broadly speaking, something which is open and belongs to all or to most, by which I mean the external spaces. And I really think we would benefit from fleshing it out in a kind of more, both on the theoretical level and on a design level, in a more sophisticated way. But as I said, I had a very good morning, and I feel good. Yeah. So thank you,
George. Do you give? Here's a good entry to the question of how does one become more insightfully critical? Irene's kind of put that on the table, and I know you have a lot of thoughts about that. Perhaps you'd want to join in. You're still muted. Tom, would you enable George to unmute?
But George already said most things with his finger. You're still muted, George.
Yeah, it may be.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
great.
Fine. I'll go for it.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Well, we have a problem of time, obviously, because I know myself, I was supposed to maximum 2:30 to leave, but very briefly, because I agree with all the comments just made, that I think it was a very good, long but very good session. I think the students did some very good work, and very challenging, provoking, and I think inspiring. I also enjoyed very much, I think the commentators were very, very good. And I must say they cover, in my view, from my point of view, they cover all the important points. So there's no new points to be made here, but perhaps if I have a couple of minutes just to emphasize two things that to me seems very interesting. One is the old question of multiscalarity. I think it was Adam, I can't remember well, but I think it was Adam that comment, and I think other critics also comment in a positive way, the way in which students, particularly the first two, Ayushi and Tao, they articulate the scale of buildings and the urban context quite well. Yet, I think Adam mentioned that, and I think this is something that perhaps is missing in most presentations, in all the presentations, is to articulate the scales beyond the larger site. I think that is something in 2-3 weeks is not possible to completely do that work. That research, in a sense, is supposed to be integral part from the very beginning of the the work that has been presented. But I think it is very important to have that acknowledged. I take as an example, for instance, the very interesting proposal of Ayushi with inserting elements of a food industry in Camden. That's quite interesting. And but that requires a bit more analysis of how the chain of relations within the food industry condition whatever one is going to do in Camden, and that relates to the immediate surroundings of the site, but even beyond that, at an urban scale, to understand how the food industry is organized, and understand the chain of relations, and understand how that creates or not spaces, possibilities, etc. within Camden, and how to benefit from that articulation of the multiple scales. So I think some more work on that question of the multiscalarity would be interesting in all the 6 proposals, even though the comment on multiscalarity emerged mainly in relation to the first 2 presentations, and rightly so. The other question that I think is quite interesting, particularly in the current context of pandemic, and start thinking about the post-pandemic. If we think in terms of innovation and learning environments, and the new generations of ideas and practices in terms of planning innovation environments and learning environments. The emphasis has been very much, as the critics said, on the question of openness, flexibility, new mixes, etc. But it could appear that that is in contradiction to what else present, and I think rightly so. Attention, we are at the moment in a situation of bubbles, and bubbles that beyond the digital are not much in communication. All the idea of the interaction that has to be enhanced in the context of innovation seems to be at the moment somehow obstructed by the situation of the pandemic. Yet I would say that perhaps this new generation of ideas and experiences of innovation environments, if anything, they prepare us quite well for what we are facing. I think the whole question of the flexibility is that exactly, I think, again, I can't remember if it was, I don't know, someone that mentioned the spectrum of possibilities and conditions within that flexibility. And that spectrum can encompass situations where you don't have the kind of interaction on steroids, but you don't have either isolated bubbles. And I think that requires some important degree of rethinking what innovation environments become in that context. Not just within the pandemic, but in a post-pandemic situation where many of the elements of what we are living are bound to stay. And I would say one obvious thing, and this is interesting because this relates to the work of particularly the last 2 presentations of Nell and Jing, but appears already in the previous 2, is the centrality of the question of residence and the domestic dimension in this network of relations in an environment of knowledge production, innovation, learning, etc., etc. But that, I think, needs, and I think it was Els that used that term when she said it needs more precision. Because those thresholds become so much more complex. And I think Katerina as well, with a comment about the architectural articulation of that, I think needs much more attention. It was left, there was very sort of thought-provoking and interesting things said by the students, but left quite loose. So I think to reflect on that articulation of the new thresholds in a context that is going to be much more restricted, but it doesn't need to be and should not, and in fact would entirely conspire against what and the innovation environment is one of isolated bubbles. You know, how can we think then this interaction in this new context? So I would bring much more. Sorry, I'm being interrupted by a call, which is quite an.
Problem is that we all think that it's our phone ringing, and
yeah, we all start reaching for our phones.
No, I'm sorry, because it is quite it's an emergency, so I'll have to leave.
Thanks,
but
George.
I think it is quite interesting. I think the work of the last 4 presentations come very close to address some of those issues. I would make more explicit that as a challenge that we are facing at the moment, and how perhaps elements of this new generation of innovation environments have to be rethought in the present context. Okay.
Yeah.
But
I
have to go now.
Good luck, George. Thank you for that, because I think it's spot on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Elena, do you want to carry on from there? Tom, I'm sorry, one more time, can you enable Elena Pascola to unmute, please? Thanks, Tom.
Great, thank you. Feeling very enabled now. First of all, nice to see you all. I mean, I realize when, we meet in moments like these, just how long it's been since we've all even shared some FaceTime together. So hello, and nice to see that you're all well, and great to see how much work that everyone has produced under such difficult conditions. So I just want to register that and actually commend you all on that. Again, just to reinforce all the comments that have come before, I think it's been a really fantastic session, not only because of the work you've produced, but I think how your work has enabled us to actually take a moment to pause and reflect on what the work is showing us about not only how the program is moving forward, what we might have left behind, what we need to review, what we need to reinforce. Katerina's been really good at enabling us to kind of see the trajectory. Others have also shown us where we perhaps have forgotten things and need to bring them back in. So I think it's been a very important moment for us, I think, not only as a program, but also I think in terms of what your work starts to, and this leads on from what George was saying, how it is really at that point, that pivot point, it is really how we use your design intelligence, not only to inform together, but also what it shows, what the status of current practice is, what the status of current discourse is, vis-a-vis some of the challenges, some of the topics you've raised. And I think you have time now to actually stand back from the work and identify what moment, what scale, what dimension it is you want to really focus in on, whether that is the 1 to 5, the 1 to 500, the 1 to 5,000, whether it is the interplay across those, whether it is the more extensive, expansive networks that your propositions articulate or at least suggest, but to really, I think, draw it out and draw a set of speculative conclusions from this design investigation. Why design matters, not only to, I think, enable us to envision some of these different places, and I'm using the term one, but it is in terms of not only these projects are not only in terms of responding to drivers of change, but how they become drivers for change. And I think that's where sometimes it gets lost in the delivery. And you have now the opportunity to highlight that in the kind of written version of this, to actually signal how all of these speculations, these propositions, signal quite significant innovations, challenges, deviations from habits of mind, from the norm. So it's beyond just, I guess, an indexing of how you've been able to apply what you've learned from other examples, how you've positioned and situated them in extant conditions, but what is it they really are challenging and asking us to think differently about the urban process? If you are interested at that scale, the range of stakeholders that might or might not be involved, Or if it is at a very formal 1 to 5 architectural, artifactual scale, what is it that you are actually showing us that can be done in a more nuanced, significant, in a sense, what makes these projections and not projects, I think would be quite an interesting way for you to interrogate and edit your work and prioritize certain aspects of what you know you're able to achieve in the next 3 weeks. So I think you're all in a very good place to make some of those decisions and know that this is not really the end of your trajectory of work, but really, I guess, in a sense, a beginning or a series of beginnings of what you might want to take forward in practice or in academia as you move forward. So in that sense, it's been, you know, a really good process, I think, for all of you to undertake. But register that it's not the end, it is the beginning.
Thanks, Elena. No, it's I think it's a good marker in a way to kind of remind everyone where this is located within the process. Look, what I would really like to do would be to open things up more to a broader discussion amongst the tutors of several of the things that have been raised by George, by Irene, by Dominic, and most especially, I'd love to have time to hear Anna's thoughts, because Anna, you've been the driving force in a way behind a lot of the trajectory of the design as research that we've seen here. But my difficulty is that poor Tom Parks, our host, and Tom, I have to thank you. I appreciate very much how well you've run this. Tom has got to get ready for Natalie DeVries to show up in about 5 or 10 minutes for the keynote lecture. So what I would like to suggest is that we postpone our discussion of the overall work and try to arrange a time in the coming week when we can bring Anna and Elena and Dominic and Irene and George together and look at this material, try to understand how we want to conclude these final 3 weeks with the phase 2 students, but also how it might help the phase 1 students understand where we're trying to go, the things that you should keep in mind as you approach the term 2 definition of your own work. And maybe we'll even have an opportunity to get Katarina Borsi back in to help us, sort of think about this larger trajectory, because Katarina, I always value your overview of this. But let's bring this to a close now so that Tom has a chance to take a couple minutes before we start the next keynote session with Natalie DeVries. So Katarina, thank you so much for being here and joining us. And also I want to thank the 6 students. All you guys put so much on the table that was worth talking about. Every single one of you had a credible project to show, and you presented it well. So thank you all. It was, I think for me, very gratifying to see that in spite of all the difficulties of this year, something of this quality could come together. So thank you all very much. Tom, again, thank you, and I'll see you in a few minutes as we await Natalie to begin. Thanks all, see you soon.
Thank you, good luck. Bye.